Okay, I think I'm streaming. Sorry for the delay there. Once again, had technical difficulties. This time, different technical difficulties with things not wanting to capture in the OBS correctly. Okay. As always, give me a few moments to get everything set up here. Hello. Hey, welcome. Just getting a few things set up here. Hello, welcome back. As of so the stream should be in 60 FPS, right? But like does the game look like it's streaming in 60? Does this look like 30? I think it looks like it's probably okay. Things that OBS is behaving really oddly today. That's why I started the stream a little late. I don't know actually. What are we dealing with here? Yeah, I think it's probably fine. Yeah, weird stuff. It refused to recognize Dark Souls being captured as game. Like, I didn't change anything in OBS since the last time I streamed. All the same settings, but Dark Souls was just a pure black screen. It wouldn't see the game at all. It's like, what the hell? Still haven't fixed that problem, but I created a different window capture instead of game capture in OBS, and then all of a sudden, now that's can work. Also, but the window capture didn't work right away. Dark Souls was just a pure white screen instead of a pure black screen. But then I had to change the capture method to tell it that I was on Windows 10, even though I'm on Windows 11, but like, I don't know, whatever. Oh, and welcome back, Stargazer, under a new account name, Crescent Moon Queen. Welcome back. Yeah, we'll get started another minute or two here. But now that I know that the stream seems to be working okay, that is good. Just post the link in a couple places. Okay, yeah. So we shall get started here. All right. Hey, welcome, Doug Baz. Yeah, no, as long as you can go online on Dark Souls Remastered on PC, then you are good to go. You'll just want a stockpile of items that can spawn good Vagrants, and a way to give yourself 5 humanity repeatedly to lose in bloodstains when we spawn evil Vagrants. Oh, that's funny, Carl. Yeah, you heard me give the notification on Discord. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna move on to the DLC. If anyone's tuning in now, I'm going by map numbers in order in the data, so you know, we're not nearly done with this run yet, but we are doing the DLC now. Thank you, thank you. All right, so we are going to go to... I never know the difference between Oolacile Sanctuary and Sanctuary Guardian, which is in Sanctuary Garden. Not that it matters. Okay, so because I'm being like ultra thorough in this run, because I know if I only divide all the areas up with disregard for map names, people will be like, what about the Abyss? You didn't spawn Vagrants in the Abyss. And I would be like, that's New Londo Ruins. That's not its own level. So to address all of that, I just decided to really aggressively, like, even if something's not technically its own map, if it has its own title card, we're also going to try to do some Vagrant stuff here. So first goal is to spawn a good Vagrant in the Sanctuary Garden. I think I'll do that over by the other bonfire, because this is still under the same title card. Ugh. Sorry, that's probably really loud. Oh, it just sounds really loud to me. Let me turn my headset down. That shouldn't be any different than how I used to have it, so... Yeah, the mini-boss version of the Sanctuary Guardian respawns. Okay. Yeah, so, I haven't double-checked how this is zoned, but since Vagrants can spawn throughout the DLC, this probably just corresponds with the next area. So wherever we're dropping item bags here, probably can actually create a good Vagrant eventually, but if it does, it would be in the Royal Wood and not the Sanctuary Garden itself. So yeah, first goal for tonight is to just get a drift item in the Sanctuary Garden. So, pick your poison. I think I'm gonna hide item bags. Where should I put them? I think if you turn around from the bonfire, like you're going back to the Sanctuary Guardian boss room, just like behind these statues. Seems like as good of a spot as any. And I forgot if I rested at this bonfire already, so I'll just do that again and warp back to it. So yeah, anyone watching, if you have a stockpile of 99 transient curses or some other good Vagrant spawning item, there's already a drift item. Literally on the first reload, there's a drift item. Chat. How? Literally on the first reload. That is ridiculous. Okay, well, we got that out of the way stupidly fast. That is ridiculous. Was that actually you, Reichbar? Is that where you put your drift item of choice? That rules. Okay, well, we've got one to check off right away. That is drift item in the Sanctuary Garden is gone. And I'm going to update the OBS text list to say 26 out of 92. That's so funny. Hey, maybe tonight will be another night with like really good luck. Like that is ridiculous. Okay. Oh yeah, and I gotta update the checklist to the next zones here. So how do I want to do this? Will be like Royal Wood, and let me gotta recrop that in OBS. That looks good enough to me. Yeah, I think that's fine. There we go. There we go. All right. So now, just because I'm not 100% sure that these drift items can actually make it to the next area, this is an annoying run back. This is gonna take effort. Oh my god, is there no faster way? Going up the elevator has to be faster, right? I'm gonna time this, and then I'll time it from the other. I think turning around from Artorias is gonna be faster. But let's get a stopwatch. Okay, so running from the bonfire here. I don't care if my position is precise. Bring up my cell phone, get a stopwatch app going. This is kind of where I respawn when I reload. How long does it take to get to the good Vagrant location? Hey, happy to have you watching, James. I still can't believe first reload worked. Like, that is so that is so lucky. I might not be running across here as efficiently as I can, is the thing. But honestly, I think a ballpark time is good enough. Because if the routes are really close in timing, then I'll just do the one that, like, you know, feels less annoying. The other way's got to be much faster. This is such a long run. Is this going to be the most annoying Vagrant run back? Because it can spawn like right here, somewhere on this. I think it's like right here. So that was like a minute and 30 something. I forgot because I looked away from my phone. That was like a minute 30 something. So yeah, let's try running here from the other bonfire. That seems really bad. I think that this other way's got to be faster. Another drift item again. So now we're going to go to Oolacile Township. Is this actually closer? Even though this like feels kind of far, I don't think it is. I think this is probably significantly closer. Okay, so what do we got with this here? And if I send the elevator back down every time, that would save a little bit of time, I suppose, on the run. Yeah, this is going to be the route I'm running, I think, because this is going to be a little faster. Yeah, this is like maybe 15-20 seconds faster. Cool. All right. That is the route. If anyone in the area wants to start losing humanity as well, I think maybe I will double up on that. Instead of warping out, I'll just start dying repeatedly as well. So usually, areas are balanced to have the same amount of evil vagrants and good vagrants, right? If there's 2 good vagrants on a level, there's 2 evil vagrants. But if you notice at the checklist, we have 2 evil and 1 good. Because something I mentioned earlier in the run is that sometimes the Black Phantom version of an evil vagrant is positioned a little bit differently. So technically, its location is unique. Most of them are duplicated exactly, which is why throughout the game I'm not requiring myself to get every color at every location, but now this is the first time we have to get a white and a red evil vagrant on their Cliffside location here, because it's technically 2 different locations. They're close to each other. They're maybe like 6 feet apart or something like that. But yeah, so we're going to have to spawn a lot of evil vagrants and probably work at it for a while, unless we get really lucky. And we find one that's been bouncing around the server already for a time. Yeah, this is going to take some work. Let's see, change order. So why would they do that? That's a good question, Algae. From what we can gather, it looks like most of the times they give them a slightly different position. That the Black Phantom one is a little bit nastier. Like maybe it's facing a direction that's a little bit worse. Like it can see you earlier. So it seems like it might have been intentional. But it's interesting that they did it very sparingly, right? Because there's only 6 places in the entire game where their locations differ. And in most cases, they're not, like, this is the one where they're furthest apart. Here, like, they're at least, like, a couple meters away from each other or something like that, which is, like, the biggest divergence. A lot of them some of them are just, like, rotated to face a different direction. But otherwise have, like, the same location coordinates. So, yeah, I don't really know what the reasoning was. Just kind of for funsies, I guess. I think this is a perfectly good spot to hide the item bag as well. You know, we have to already come here to check for the good vagrant. Might as well drop items here. Sure, there's loot up here, so some people clearing out the area will be checking for an item bag, but there's so many people who miss that item. There's so many people who are fighting Artorias repeatedly. They're fighting Calamite repeatedly. They're dying to the bosses. They're dying to Manus. Like, the DLC is just one giant map. So I think other players in the area, no matter where they are, is this one of us? Probably is. Look at that. They're popping humanity. That's someone in chat. Oh yeah, that's someone in chat. That's great. And yeah. They rolled off a cliff right after using humanity. Hey, welcome back, TJ90. Doing well. I had a very funny thing earlier. I was in a call with Hot Pocket Remix earlier today. This was prompted by a question that Mr. Metagross had about like weird behavior from the Hellkite Drake. Oh, I forgot to send that. No, I did send it back down. Which is, my god. I was hoping I could learn something, but the more we tested, the less it made sense. It was just... I didn't realize that Hellkite could teleport. Sometimes he just like instantly teleports back up to his perch, and in trying to make it happen consistently, it was just like, I don't know. I've been warned in the past by King Boar that the Hellkite is like the most cursed thing in the entire game. It's the most complicated thing in the entire game if you're trying to figure out how it works. So we have no idea what's up with Hellkite. It is a mess. It's very funny though. Just when I thought, like, oh, I'll do this, and then this gets him into a thing where he might teleport, and then it wouldn't work, and then it would be like, okay, now he's safe from teleporting, and then he still does it anyways, and it's like, okay, I don't know. a lot of it comes down to the fact, I think, that the average player who the ways to make Hellkite teleport, like to see it most often, was to stand in the middle of the bridge when he's like spitting fire down at you, and it's like, okay, that's sort of filtered out by the fact that that's just going to kill most players, so you're not going to do that. But like, if you go to Hellkite's bridge and make yourself invincible so you don't die to his fire, and just like spend some time hanging out there and like randomly shooting arrows while he's at the perch and baiting him down, just so many things start going wrong with him very quickly. Like, oh my god, whether it's teleporting back up to the perch or getting like turned around, like desynced, so that when he tries flying back up to the perch, he just like falls to his death. Like, there's like so many things. Oh, what makes Vagrants spawn is evil Vagrants result from bloodstains that are lost if they have 5 or more humanity in them. That spawns evil Vagrants. And good Vagrants result from certain items being dropped and abandoned. And then, you know, going through a loading screen to send it off to another player. Although when you drop an item and send it to someone else, it doesn't become a good Vagrant right away. It gets sent as in item bag form. So that has to not be found and get passed around 10 times before it becomes a good Vagrant. And it's mostly usually weird stuff that's a pain in the ass to farm. Like, Transient Curse is the one item you can easily buy huge stockpiles of, which is why that's kind of like the recommended item to drop. But if you're using dupe glitches, then there's a whole bunch of things you could potentially be using. If you want to know more, just do a Google search for like Vagrant Wikidot. The Wikidot page has information on their spawning. Hey, Androv, you came up in the discussion because I remember someone said that I think you had some insight on getting the Hellkite to like fall to its death or something. Yeah, we were just trying to figure out how, like, what the deal is with it teleporting back to its perching position was, and I did not, like, it just kept happening, but like it would happen there were a couple different ways it could happen. Sometimes he would do a thing where we noticed this kind of interesting behavior where when he's perched up on his thing, if he's not yet glitched out, he alternates between his attacks kind of correctly. Like, you can bring up a list of his animations in debug, and you'll see that he's doing like one of 2 different fire breathing attacks or something like that. But sometimes when he's up in his perching position, you can see him want to do his walking animation for like a couple frames. You'll see like animation 200 pop up, and he doesn't do it. It gets overridden by him continuing to spit fire. But if you wait long enough when he's in that like urge to walk down from his perch for some reason, and again, I don't know what leads to that even happening in the first place, but you can spot that he wants to walk down from his perch, and every now and again he actually will walk down from his perch onto the bridge. It's like a walking, you see him walking down instead of flying or whatever. And when he does that, if he does a fire attack shortly after walking down to the bridge, it's like the game understands that he wasn't supposed to left to that position, so he'll just teleport back up. He'll snap back up and spit fire. Then, but in other thing that was like the easier one to pull off. The weirder one to pull off is like you can get him to kind of not instantly teleport back up onto the bridge, and then running to a certain point on the bridge just causes him to teleport back up. Yes, Androv, that's exactly right. Yeah, if you shoot him and bait out a fire attack at the same time he teleports back. Yeah, that was the one that was a little bit easier to do. There was one that was a little bit weirder where he would be like further back on the bridge, and it didn't sync up with him doing the fire attack himself. I believe it was based on you as the player stepping into a certain event region on the bridge. That's like closer to the Undead Parish bonfire, but not fully getting off that bridge yet. And just every time you consistently hit like a certain spot on the bridge that was making him teleport back up there. So it was a total confusing mess. I have no idea what the takeaway was. I had a Hot Pocket remix, the screen watching, and we were just like completely baffled. I'll have to get video of that and send it to you. That's a good question, Benevolent Beaver. With the different spawn points between the red and white ones, are we sure that these are not just general variants for that specific Vagrant in both forms? I believe it is specifically tied to the Vagrant color. Or, you know, regular Vagrant or Black Phantom. But they're different enough locations that this would be a good place to find out if the white one winds up in a certain spot and the red one winds up in a certain spot. You're on pre-patch Dark Souls on PS3. Yeah, no online for Vagrant, sadly. Pre-patch Dark Souls has different Vagrant locations, too, that we can never see unless we just, you know, like, copy that back into the map data and, like, mob them in or whatever. But, yeah, for some reason, like, the first patch of the game, like, changed... Oops, I didn't mean to use that. I meant to use that. Yeah, unpatched Dark Souls has different Vagrant locations and has different Gravelord Black Phantom locations, which is fascinating. Something we can't see because they are online mechanics that, you know, unpatched can't go online. Oh yeah, I forgot to clarify where the evil Vagrants are. I'll show them on the next run. It was funny though, so while we were messing around with the Hellkite Drake, taking a look at, I was like toggling different event regions to draw to see like, oh, maybe if I step into this, then I can get him to teleport. You just got the good Vagrant already? Holy shit. We discovered cut content, unrelated to Hellkite. We had no idea. There's a cut event outside the tower to the Black Knight in the Undead Parish. We don't, some enemy, which like doesn't exist in the game anymore, and we don't know what it was, which enemy it would have even been. An enemy originally would have jumped off of that tower down to you. This is fascinating. I had no idea about that. And when you look at the top of that tower, you know there's like that broken segment of wall? Like you could walk off the top of that tower to like drop back down outside the entrance, and it's like, oh shit, that's an opening in the tower that they put there because an enemy was going to jump down from there. And I had no idea about that. I mean, we weren't even trying to look for that. We were just like, I saw a random... In the distance, I saw a random box get drawn for some random like event that I was highlighting. My first guess was like, oh, that's something further off and further back and off to the left. Like, I bet that's the one that triggers the hollow to run and open the gate. And then we looked closer at it and be like, no, that's not the same one. That one's further back. So very weird. Yeah, Androv, we were sort of talking about that. Yeah, like all of the other Calamies and all the other dragons are implemented very differently from Hellkite. Hot Pocket Remix's takeaway was that not even just would they handle that different in later games, but by the end of development of Dark Souls 1, they probably would have implemented Hellkite differently. It feels like very sloppy and very weird. Yeah, so the evil Vagrants, when you like go up the elevator, just hug the cliff to the left, and they should be able to spawn somewhere over here. And I don't remember exactly where, but like, you know, one of them should spawn like right here, and the other one should spawn like right here or something. And again, that should be synced up with whether or not it's the regular Evil Vagrant or the Black Phantom Evil Vagrant. So as we're doing these runs for the good Vagrant, I get just kind of like pan the camera to the left and see if the Evil Vagrants are there. And now I'm getting turned around because I kind of ran around in a way that I wasn't supposed to. Yeah. Let's go back. Let's go back around. This is more of a challenge or more of an achievement run? Yeah, it's sort of like an achievement run, I guess. You know, there's no like, of course, there's no trophy for this, but it's like an imaginary one, right? When it's all said and done, we can imagine Spawn All Vagrants achievement popping up. It's a weird challenge in the sense that like this takes a lot of effort, but gameplay-wise, it's not difficult at all. So I could also see it not being considered a challenge run at the same time. Yeah, hidden achievement. Hey, we got a drift item bag over here, so that's cool. And I'll just send that one off, and send off the bloodstain too. Someone else got the good Vagrant already. That seems awfully fast. The server might have already had a few bouncing around over here, because 10 passes, that's pretty quick. I mean, by now, maybe for that one, maybe that's not so crazy, but the first one seemed like really, really quick. We're reported by chat. I'm not sure I'm qualified to go into the details on how kites fly in implementation, but like my sort of layman's takeaway was that it's very sloppy with combining events and AI in a sort of very cursed kind of way. To me, it's sort of, and again, maybe this is me not having a good understanding of it at all, but it sort of feels like coming from Demon Souls, they were used to having dragons that were environmental hazards and not like proper enemies, and that worked when they never landed and you never fought them properly. And it feels like they started with like trying to like convert the Hellkite from an environmental hazard into like a normal enemy that also lands and fights you, and like I don't know, it looks like a really sloppy merger of those concepts, and it's all stuff that could have been handled like in AI more. Like the AI itself could be checking the regions better or something, but whatever it is, it's very sloppy and cursed. Which of these Vagrants I consider myself to be? My avatar is of the Evil Vagrant. Specifically the one in the Undead Burg on that hard-to-reach room. Hey, okay. We already got the Evil Vagrant here. Alright, so, and that's the one that's further from the cliff. So yeah, it sort of follows the hypothesis that the red ones, the handful of times they changed the locations of the Black Phantom or red Evil Vagrants, whatever you want to call them, were put in slightly more annoying positions. So I think the other one is closer to the cliff edge and sees across it. So the other Evil Vagrant could attack you when you're on the opposite side, ostensibly. When we actually spawn one in, we'll double check that though, if he can actually see us from the other side, and that he's not like, because part of me wonders if the draw groups are properly made. I think they are. I think people have seen it from the other side of the cliff, but I'd like to double check that. So yeah. That is good. We will leave him unbothered so that he can continue getting sent around and hopefully eventually become a red one. Oh wait, I should check him off the list though. What am I doing? Ow. Hey man. He's so good. The stealth is like really confusing him, I think. That's what I get for trying to get that other attack in. Oopsie. Alright. Ow. Okay. Yeah, it's not something I talked about in my video. That sometimes they have slightly different positions. So, while I have a better view of him, get him checked off. So that is Evil, Cliffside, Regular. And we'll change the count to 27. Okay. Yeah, Pest Thread seems like a rework of the Evil Vagrant attack, potentially. I don't know if they, like, modified that in any way, or if they just, like, recreated it from scratch as something that was similar. What is the location of my PNG tuber, Vagrant? Top secret. You saw the Evil Vagrant resonance and a drift item on the same run? Yeah, I should be using Wrath of the Gods more. Let's get some more resonance going around as well. Sometimes it's on Zuli's head, that is true. Yeah, they all chain aggro. Oh, we got the good Vagrant. He's already here. All right. That is a huge relief. And he was closer to the top of this little side path than I was remembering. Look at him. Look at the guy. Along with the drift item in the same run. So he's got like his undeveloped twin brother down there in bag form. That was quick. That was really, really quick. That was awesome. Again, I think this... I mean, the DLC has to have a decent amount of people in it, I would think. Just because of, like, the late game hotspot. But it probably maybe still doesn't compare to the early game, right? To, like, Undead Burg and Undead Parish. So this kind of strengthens the hypothesis that maybe the optional areas and late game areas are going to be a lot easier to do this in. Less random players to send this stuff to. Let's see. So that was Guardian Helm, Good Vagrant / Jump Path, as I called it. And we will check that off to 28 out of 92. Very good start. Very, very successful start to the run here. We went from 25 to 28, like, really quickly. In, like, 40 minutes, including a lot of talking at the start of the stream. Yeah. That was, like, half an hour, basically. That rules. Yeah, so now we just continue. So now we don't have to do runbacks as far. Oh yeah, I shouldn't warp back. I should jump to lose the bloodstain. Did I? Yeah, there it is. Yep. We'll see how much work it takes. I have a feeling we're going to see a good amount of white evil vagrants before we get the black phantom version. But you know, I will put this at the bottom now. Well, here's the thing. So this is all one map, the entire DLC, but we don't really know. The server is a bit of a black box in how it makes its decisions, so is it hyper-specific that if you're in the township specifically, it's more picky about sending and receiving asynchronous multiplayer elements that are even closer to you? Or does it go, hey, no problem, it's just one map, so messages way down in the chasm are loading the same time you're up by the sanctuary guardians, you know? Like, I don't know that. I don't know if we can know that. So I don't know what to expect. My first guess is it's all just map 1201, and I don't think it's going to be that picky, so I think however easy it is here is going to be as easy throughout all the DLC. That's sort of my first guess. But we also could have just gotten really lucky here to start with, so. That weird, like, abyss rot on the route is pretty cool. But yeah, just gonna start losing bloodstains on this cliff now. Don't have to run all the way to the other one. Reichbar, that is awesome. That is awesome. I'll read that for chat. They said, I might need to admit that I started sending items and bloodstains 30 minutes before the stream even started in the Royal Forest. Honestly, I think you're the reason we got that good Vagrant so quickly. That is very cool. It also makes me glad that at the end of the previous stream, like, I announced the next location, so I guess that's a reason to keep doing that. That rules. That's super cool. I did forget to send it back down that time, but whatever. You randomly got something like 456 souls. What gameplay cycle are you in Returns of? Are you New Game Plus? New Game Plus 3, 4, something like that. Let me double check. Oh, I only put on the wiki. I only put souls for the regular new game value, and then I don't know if it has different soul rewards based on different area modifiers. Yeah, I don't really know how much they would drop, unfortunately. Because I know the evil vagrants, all vagrants, only drop 100 souls in the first playthrough. But yeah, I don't know what to expect. I hope it was another enemy that ran off a cliff, but I don't know if that soul amount matches like anything else in the level for you. Oops, I was looking at chat and forgot I already went up the elevator. Okay. Yeah, I hope it wasn't the evil vagrant. Oh yeah, no particular reason I'm leaving the crystal lizards alone in the items. It's this is just the same character as the mapless run. I created a safe backup before Gwyn, so that I would have a character at the end game who could just easily warp to every, you know, bonfire and everything to get around to spawn vagrants more easily. And in mapless, you know, I didn't collect all the items or anything. And now, especially that I'm using dupe glitches with this character, just like, you know, items in the environment are not that necessary. Also would like to, I like the idea that the crystal lizard and would see the vagrant. I want it to see its weird messed up cousin. It's like shipping, but not romantic. Okay. The gardeners drop that amount? Okay. That's yeah, less panic. Yeah, I usually, like, in a more normal playthrough of the game, I do tend to just pick up everything. Yeah. That's like that's my default play style, is to, like, lean towards completionist and gather all the things. But, yeah, very vagrant-brained, so, don't really think about it now. You walk away for a snack and miss 2 vagrants? It was ridiculously quick. Really good luck so far. I think this is going to take effort. This is our second time seeing this one, so if you missed this vagrant, it's not a new one. He's already checked off the list. But we are checking for another one here. Not far from this one. The only things you tend to not go for is the blue slab in the caves and the Avalon. Yeah, there's like a cheese method for the Avalon if you like really want to get it, but yeah, no, I often skip those as well, unless I like really want them or need them. I want you to like go look at and comprehend that evil vagrant. There you go. You definitely saw him. You definitely saw the evil vagrant. Family reunion. I choose to believe they're related in some way. What's the connection again? Inside Philinore's egg in Dark Souls 3, it's kind of textured like the, if you look at the concept art, it's like the transposing kiln, and the transposing kiln is made out of stitched together corpses of crystal lizards. So it's like, what? Huh? There's some connection between like a vagrant egg and a crystal lizard. I think they're cousins. I feel like vagrants are like weird corrupted things that would have been crystal lizards, but they got corrupted by humanity and turned into weird monsters instead. They're like dark crystal lizards. Maybe. There's complete headcanon fan fiction in here. Yeah, who knows what's up with the red crystal lizard in Dark Souls 2. That was great. Explodey crystal lizard. We got giant crystal lizards in Dark Souls 3. Tanky crystal lizards. But they also have the same number of legs as Vagrants. So I'm like, I want to believe. Insert the X-Files poster. And yeah, that's exactly right, Carl. Yeah, there's the quit out method for getting the Avalon that makes it like super safe and easy. All right, third time we've seen this Vagrant in this location. Yeah, I suspect that the early game is more populated than anywhere else, and that's why like those Vagrants took the most effort to grind. Because we're just sending our stuff off to more random players, and they are sending it off to a larger pool of random players, less likely to come back to the people just participating. Sorry to hear that, Apteropith, but yeah, happy to provide the distraction. Vagrant spawning is weird, silly fun. See a ghost in here, but they clearly already have Artorias down because they were just standing still. Hey, welcome, Gurgabin. We are working on a particular evil vagrant, so we are just losing bloodstains with 5 humanity repeatedly to spam the network with them. Huh. Oh, you have no idea how the Vagrant system works in Dark Souls 1, but you'll take my word. Yep. Yes, this is indeed how it works. Yeah, there's no RNG or anything. Like, if you're online, anytime you die, and lose a bloodstain that had 5 or more soft humanity in it, it does create an evil vagrant for another player online. Unless if you're in like Firelink Shrine or somewhere really weird where a vagrant can't spawn. But yeah, throughout most of the game, anytime that happens, someone gets an evil vagrant. It's sort of complicated. It doesn't spawn in real time for the recipient. It gets put into like an evil, like a vagrant inbox for that person, and they have to reload. Once it goes into their quote-unquote inbox, they have to reload that map in a 5-minute window. Like die, use a homeward bone, whatever, and then it'll actually spawn into the level for them. But if they just AFK for 5 minutes after receiving it, it actually never spawns into their game, and it just gets sent back out to some other random player online. Oops. I didn't give myself enough humanity, but I will just pull this one back down. Yeah, you can't self-spawn vagrants. Unfortunately, you only do create them for other players online. But the gimmick, the whole thing that we're doing here is by spamming even if I was doing this without other people in chat helping, by spamming the network with them, the people who receive the vagrants and don't kill them and send them off to other random players, I could be that random player. Right? Like there's no mechanic for sending it back to its original creator specifically. But I am just a random player to other people who have vagrants at that point. So yeah, they can send it back off to someone else, and that could be me. So you just kind of like keep doing this for a long ass time, and you'll eventually see one, basically. But with chat helping, it goes quite a bit faster. Hey, Spicy Fella. Yes, I'll explain it again, because I know some people weren't here at the beginning, top of the stream. There are 6 locations in the entire game where the Black Phantom version of the Evil Vagrant isn't placed identically to the regular version of the Evil Vagrant. None of them are, like, moved super far, but some of them are, like, a couple feet apart, or they're rotated differently for whatever reason, and I'm like, hey, if there's anything different at all about its location, that counts as a different location to me. So yeah, 6 places in the entire game where if I want to feel like I'm really completionist about this and showed off every vagrant spawn location, I have to get both forms of the evil vagrant. They never do that with the good vagrants, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, so like basically the regular version of this evil vagrant spawns like somewhere right around where I'm standing right now, and the Black Phantom version of it should be closer to the cliff. Very weird. Yeah, that's exactly it, Gurgabin. Just overloading the system to increase the odds that a random player sends it back to us. Did I have more humanity in the bottomless box? I did, so might as well pull them all out. Yeah, it's not something I mentioned in my Vagrant video, Spicy Fella. I kind of knew some of them were slightly different, but I'd never really interrogated it too much. And then I realized later on, King Boar was talking about it, being like, oh, did you realize like the one by the Silver Knight Archers in the Anor Londo, like the really annoying evil Vagrant, it's like, its faces a different direction in its Black Phantom version. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, that's why it's like that. Hey, thanks so much. Always play for fun. Loser, you mad bastard. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I appreciate it, and I will. Come on. Evil Vagrant. That's exactly right. Yeah, we're simultaneously creating vagrants and watching out for them. And they have fixed spawn locations in a given area. So like if I wanted to be if I wasn't watching out for them, if I was just creating them for other players, the fact that only one, all right, well in the list there's technically 2 locations, right? Because 2 different Cliffside locations, but basically, anywhere in the Royal Wood with a Lost Bloodstain would correspond to that. So if I wanted to spawn them even quicker, I would just be like running off the cliff over here every time instead. But since they spawn up there, it's like, okay, I might as well just die by where I'm checking for them. So... Gerben. So the confusing aspect to this, that color doesn't relate to friendliness. That's the weird part. There are evil vagrants, which can be both white or red, and there are also good vagrants, which can also both be white or red. So we've seen the white evil vagrant here a couple times, but we're now looking for the red evil vagrant here a couple times. And you'll sometimes hear me call it Black Phantom instead of red, but that means the exact same thing. Just another way to call that. But yeah, the friendly ones, the quote-unquote good vagrants, those are ones that have no attacks at all, and they just behave like crystal lizards. The only thing they can do is run away from you and disappear. But those can be red as well. Yeah, claw deter. If it has a claw arm, then it's an evil vagrant. If it attacks you, whether that's shooting projectiles or trying to punch you with its claw arm, then it's evil. The stream smells good today. Yeah, this is how I learned about Vagrants, like, in the first place. I did a lot of stuff like this on PS3 back in the day, before there were even modding tools out. Like, we started to slowly figure out some ideas on what might spawn them and how they might work, and I just did a lot of brute force testing. So there we go. So, for example, this is an evil Vagrant, but it is not red. And the only difference between them, the only difference that makes them sometimes red, is that they just get passed around more. It has to be passed around 20 times before it becomes the red version. But again, not all of those 20 passes literally necessarily have to be ones that spawned into someone's game. It could have been in someone's Vagrant inbox for 5 minutes. Someone who was like AFK at the Township bonfire or whatever. So not all 20 of those passes, you know, literally spawned into someone's game necessarily, but it does have to at least travel like across 20 players across the network before it can become the red version. And I said the only difference, but that's the only difference in how they get to that color. There are differences that, like, the red evil vagrants do more damage, their drops also change and stuff like that. So their stats change a little bit, but exact same AI, exact same model, exact same, like, behavior. No, there's not really any way to trace whether or not that's my Vagrant. And unfortunately, you can't go online with debug as well, so I don't have access to the debug interface to, like, look at Vagrant stuff. And a lot of the, even if I could take the Dark Souls Remastered debug online, I think all of the parts of debug that relate to network activity wouldn't work anyways, because of how they overhauled network stuff. I was able to do stuff in the original version of Dark Souls. I was able to take debug online and prepare to die edition, and I was also able to create private lobbies. So I was only connected to one person. I was not connected to the entire player base, and in that instance, we knew it was like my Vagrant, you know, right? Because we could just see like how we were sending it back and forth to each other. And we could keep track of the count going up, saying like, oh, hey, I received it and it's at count number 2. And then I receive it and then I see, oh, now it's at count number 3. So like there is something in debug that like keeps track of the number of passes, which makes sense because, you know, it has to know how to be able to turn eventually into a good Vagrant or, you know, a red good Vagrant, etc. So yeah, it does maintain data on the network of how many times it's been passed, but nothing like an ID to tie it back to a certain player. And next video won't actually be about Vagrants, because I've already made a couple videos about them. Part of me is like, I kind of want to redo the Vagrant video a little bit. I think everything that's in the script would stay like 95% the same. But like, it's just like, that's clearly an older video of mine where it doesn't have, like, I don't even go on a tour of all the Vagrant locations. Like, that's exactly the sort of thing I do in like any other video where I show like all of the Gravelord Black Phantom locations, or like in my weird sound water, like the sound amplification of water in the last video being like, here's a close look at like all of the bodies of water and like what could happen here. So and I also didn't really have the deep dive on Vagrant cooldowns figured out yet, so it's like, oh, there could be a better video about Vagrants. So part of me wants to redo it at some point, but it also feels like a waste of time to just not make like a new video entirely. I'll probably do that at some point in time, but it wouldn't be like right after this run or anything. If I did that, I would probably just call it the exact same thing. You know, Dark Souls Dissected number whatever that video was. I don't remember what it was. That's a Dark Souls Dissected number 6 or something. I have no idea off the top of my head. But it would obviously be a new video based on like, you know, the date of the upload. And then in the video description, I would just unlist the original video, but keep it up and like put a link to it. A more about Vagrant's video. I thought about that, but it's like, since I already did like my like Vagrant lore speculation video, that I have two videos about Vagrants already, and I'm like, I think I would probably just redo that video entirely. Do I watch other Souls YouTubers that do like this sort of content? Absolutely, yeah. I watch Limit Breakers. I watch Zuli the Witch. I watch like anytime like Regal or Catalysts upload stuff about like weird speedrunning tech, because speedrunning craziness is stuff that I don't get as into. So there's a lot of really fascinating technical stuff to learn from those videos. Josh Beasley, that's an interesting question about like, did From know about how like ineffective enemies were at reacting to water? So I feel like in a lot of places it was probably luck, or just sort of like, luck's probably not the right word, but the fact that they have like back home distance values for enemies that you would never really trigger in a lot of normal combat scenarios is them kind of being like, hey, at the fringes of like aggro ranges or like doing weird stuff, like there's kind of like a built-in safety that just sort of allows it to not be a problem in a lot of places. I do sort of think the depths, though, in particular, like that all of the like those hollows at the start of the level being like a trap, I feel like that was related to water weirdness. I think that was them being like, okay, something is clearly messed up, and we need to like lock this area down so not all of the hollows are running around the second you like step into a puddle of water that's like crazy far from them. So I feel like the depths in particular were probably pretty locked down because of weird water amplification, but a lot of other areas probably just kind of wasn't a big deal. I'm not really very up to snuff on a lot of lore videos, though. That's not quite my thing as much. I've always had the intention of like, oh, I should watch their videos, and I just like sort of never really get around to it. But yeah, I've got a lot of catching up to do on lore content. But yeah, I think we've seen the regular evil vagrant here like 4 times already. Someone was using an item to accomplish something. And they died over here. They died over here. They could be using not be using stealth, and then the enemy ran up to them, Scarecrow, and got a finishing hit in. But did they die to an evil vagrant is what I'm wondering. Was that you dying to the vagrant? That's exactly what I was just guessing. That rules. That rules. Hey, no need to apologize, Adrian. Yeah, you're new and have no idea what a vagrant is. That is like a completely reasonable question, because most people will play through the game and never even seen one. It is a sort of rare creature that spawns only online. It is a weird online mechanic where if you die and lose a bloodstain with enough humanity in that bloodstain, that creates an evil vagrant for someone online. Or if you drop and abandon certain items, those can become good vagrants. My talking avatar is what an evil vagrant looks like. That is artwork of an evil vagrant. And then a good vagrant doesn't have the big crab claw arm. It doesn't have like the arms, it's smaller. And like the shell part is like more unhatched. So it's kind of like an egg with insect legs. That's the good vagrant. It's like its smaller cousin. Use these. Oh yeah, the Dark Souls mapless run worked fantastically. I turned it an all bosses run, and even forced myself to go down to Ash Lake for the hey, there's a drift item right away. So someone's already dropping drift bags here as well. So for anyone in chat wondering what's going on, good vagrants spawn when you drop certain items, but they don't spawn instantly. They get passed around as these item bags first. And if this gets passed around 10 plus times without being found and picked up by another player, then it'll turn into a good vagrant. The dropped items do spawn exactly where the other player dropped them. So like another player online dropped the item right here. But once it becomes a good vagrant, they have fixed spawn locations. So if this ever becomes a good vagrant, it'll be elsewhere in the level. Although out in the open here probably isn't the best spot for them, because a lot of people do PvP here. So I think random players online are going to find them and pick them up. And that'll interrupt the process. So, but it is, from like a stream sniping perspective, I know some people are like dropping them where I will obviously see them so I can react to them. So from that angle, the placement's pretty great. Yeah, if you have Dark Souls Remastered online on PC, it would absolutely help. Yeah, if you just go to this location and keep losing bloodstains that have 5 or more humanity in them, you will be spawning evil vagrants over here. But yeah, there is a vagrant cooldown as well. Like, I couldn't have picked up that item bag, because it would have locked me out from sending or receiving vagrants for 40 minutes. Picking up those drift bags or killing a vagrant will do that, so... that's why anytime I run into the vagrants, I'm not fighting them. And also, it's just a good idea to keep sending them around for other players to see them, so... Yeah, the mapless run was funny. Again, another drift item literally right where I'm standing. two drift items in a row, that's fun. Yeah, mapless run was funny. Like, one of the takeaways I like to keep bringing up, just because it's so like hard to comprehend at first, is that riding the Firelink elevator to the Undead Parish was way harder than the Bed of Chaos. It was like not even close. Bed of Chaos was easy. I was like, I mean, I probably got a little bit lucky with the Bed of Chaos, but I just find it funny that like something that seemed like it was going to be impossible was just like no problem at all. The thing where I got really lucky with the Bed of Chaos is, so I went around to the orb on the left, broke the orb on the left, no problem, right? Then I quit out, so I could just like spawn outside Bed of Chaos room and go in and go straight to the second orb. And it took a couple tries. The thing that surprised me that I wasn't expecting to work is that, let's say this is the Bed of Chaos ahead of me, right? And I'm trying to go around to the right to the orb on the right. So I very blindly ran as far forward as I could and just kept hugging to the right as best as I could. And as the floor was breaking on the way to the second orb, I was convinced that that strategy wouldn't work, right? I was like, at some point, the broken floor has to connect like all the way to the interior, right? Like you'd have to zigzag between segments of broken floor to get to the second orb. Turns out that's not true. So all I did was blindly just like hug the Bed of Chaos and just like clumsily go to the right orb, expecting to fall and die, and I was going to try to learn like where I fell and then see if I could use that to like chart a path between. No, I just got to the second orb and then GG, it was over. The center part I just got lucky and just got that my first try, where I just like did I just call it center orb? You know what I mean. This the core of Bed of Chaos. I just remembered being like that route, you get to it, you don't have to jump, you just run and sprint, but you just do off center to the right a little bit. I just got it first try, so it was like, all right. So a bit of luck, but it's just funny that like simply riding elevators in other parts of the game were like so much more effort than that. Finding the shortcut elevator in Oolacile Township, that was a project. Good lord. But by far the hardest part of the game was descending the Great Hollow. That kicked my ass. That took a very long time. Hey, thanks, Cramped Casket. And welcome back, Hot Pocket. Yeah, Hot Pocket, did you want to join the stream? I know we were chatting earlier. If you wanted to just jump on a call and hang out, you are welcome to. Yeah, I think an item dropped on an elevator would probably get sent off. That's a good question, Androv, because I'm just like, I don't know if the game knows how to like what map piece to tie it to at that point. That's an interesting question. I should try to like test that sometime in I'm wondering, like, it would be easy to like test that in debug and prepare to die edition, but also potentially we could test it in this if we just like did it enough. Don't forget to pop humanity. You think items and objects wouldn't work? Hey, welcome back, Dark Lord Disco. Yeah, Hot Pocket. Let me. I'll give you a call and feel free to answer whenever you would like. It'll ring silently because I just learned the silent call technique recently on Discord. You hold shift and hit call in Discord, apparently. I think that does it. And it'll start a call, but without alerting the other person with like a sound. I don't think there should be, as long as you're playing the remaster on PC, I think you're good to go. I have network settings set to global, so if that matters, maybe.
Hello, I am here to talk to you about your Hellkite Drake's extended warranty.
Yes,
timing is off.
Welcome back, Hot Pocket. Oh yeah, next time we have you on, we should get a Fugi set up for you too, so we can have like a little avatar for you of some kind.
I don't know what that would be, but yeah.
We'll come up with something. It could be like Fat Cat, maybe.
That's more Meow's thing.
I was gonna say, I realized it just as I said that. I'm like, wait, that's Meow's thing though, isn't it? Yeah. We'll think of something. We'll workshop it. Hey, this is like maybe the 5th time I've seen this evil vagrant here. Let's go.
Probably not my YouTube avatar of a cosmonaut holding hammer and sickle. That's maybe a bit.
Oh no, that'd be sweet. Yeah, I was wondering what your avatar was. I didn't know. Is that from something?
No, well, it's from me. So basically, at some point, I needed. This was when I was like a teenager or whatever. So I was like, I need something for. I think it was my computer's desktop background, and some friends were over, and we were joking around about, oh, you should name your. Because I think I was making a new computer, and I was like, what do you, the hardest part of anything is coming up with a name. And so we were joking around, and I think we ended up with something involving the word cosmonaut. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to make I'm terrible at art, but I can screw around in Photoshop. So I was like, I'm going to try and come up with something to make for desktop wallpaper. And so I came across this old propaganda poster. If you just search like Soviet propaganda poster, you can almost certainly find the image that this is based on. And I kind of just went in there and screwed around in Photoshop and put a red starburst behind it and recolored it and everything. And so at some point I made a YouTube account, and I was like, well, I guess I gotta have an avatar for it. And I just went with that because it was my desktop wallpaper for the longest time. And then I ended up using it for some modding stuff for like GitHub and stuff, although I've since it's now just the starburst because I put it on a resume, and I was like, this probably is maybe a little bit. Fair. Your prospective employer would be hardcore like, communist wants to work for it. And I was like, well, okay,
that's funny.
I changed it around a little bit, but yeah, it's still that. I've gotten a couple comments on YouTube that are like, whoa, why is that your profile picture? And it's like, I don't know, man, because I just don't want to change it. So,
yeah, it's like, I don't know, because I'm fine with it. Chat, how is Hot Pocket's voice volume compared to mine? Is he a little on the quiet side?
I should have asked about that before.
And you don't you won't have to adjust anything because you're pretty good for me. There's enough leeway for me to just drag your volume slider up and out in Discord if I need to. Mixing sounds pretty good. Cool. Oh, yeah, people are saying it's good. Excellent. Sweet.
That's good.
Yeah. So yeah, I was telling chat, and Androv popped in too earlier about our attempts to figure out what was going on with Hellkite. That was I don't know.
I think if you were a far more boring YouTuber, you could make a 2-hour video where it's just going through all the Hellkite stuff. Where it's just, okay, well, let's go through this entire script and here's how this whole thing works. It is that, I think people in chat probably don't realize this, but something like Taurus Demon or whatever, it has a script to make it jump up on the tower and start the boss and turn on the boss music and stuff like that. But something like Hellkite in particular doesn't have boss music, so it's missing that script. So you would think it would just be very simple, but all of the mini bosses, like Hellkite especially, but also Hydra and some of these things, really, really complicated. Hellkite has 20 different scripts to it, and absolutely ridiculous. And I was just looking at this for the first time. You were there.
Yep.
I'm looking at the event names. Why is there something called Hellkite Disappointment Timer? What
Hellkite
does that mean?
Disappointment Timer. Yeah, I forgot that I sort of buried the lead there on that. We discovered that there's a Hellkite Disappointment Timer. We have no idea what it is or what it does.
That's it. I know it's 60 seconds long, so we have that information. But why is he disappointed? Is he? What does that mean?
It's so good. Yeah, I love that.
And then I also I skimmed through the VOD, so I know you talked a little bit about this, but I like that we're well, let's see if we can find this region. You turn off the map, you're like, what's that region over there? Immediate cut content.
Immediate cut content without even trying. Yeah, the weird tower scripted event that we discovered. What? Very silly. Yeah, we've seen this Vagrant here already. I've lost track of how many times we've seen him. This is maybe the 6th time or something. So things are looking very good here. We're on pace for getting stuff very frequently in the DLC so far. So, yeah, I doubt, like, I would be shocked if half an hour from now we haven't gotten the Black Phantom one here yet. So
people are asking if the timer does something, like when you fly, or if he flies away, or, you know, whatever. I have no idea. It's probably not related to him flying away, because that's a separate event.
yeah, it's a separate thing we found.
The problem with looking at any of this stuff is, like, again, people don't necessarily know this, but it's hard to communicate. But again, something like Taurus, he's going to have a few trigger volumes for, oh, the player is on the top of the ladder area. So, like, because you need something in the game to tell the event scripts where you are. Like, it can't just check, like, it needs to know, are you in a specific area before it does something. So a lot of fights will have a few trigger volumes depending on if there's something special about the arena. Hellkite must have like 40 or something.
Yeah.
There's so many different things.
It's so messed up.
And the Bed of Chaos has a ton as well, but that's just because the Bed of Chaos has different attacks that it does depending on where in the arena you are. And I guess you could say that Hellkite kind of does the same, but it's like less obvious that, oh, I'm in the back half of the arena, so it's going to do this in this scenario. And it's also mediated by the event system versus AI. And like, because when we were talking about Bed of Chaos, it's like, I sent you Bed of Chaos as AI, and it's kind of just checking, well, if you're in this region, roll this attack table. Whereas I haven't looked at Hellkites, but half the stuff is being handled by the event system. I would not be surprised if the other half is being handled by the AI. There's no way it's not just getting mixed up constantly.
Yeah, it looks like a very tangled mess.
And Carl was talking about that it has different AI if you kick the ladder or not. I was telling Illusory about this, and I want to know why it does that. I have no idea. I haven't looked into this at all, but I know it's a speedrun thing that people are aware of, but how?
Yeah.
That doesn't just happen. So, what is the mechanism for it knowing that? Is it just checking the flag for some reason? Or is it, because that seems weird for them to do, but I could conceive of it as being, you know, you're coming up the ladder, you don't want to get immediately cooked, but still, what does that do? What does that actually manifest it as?
There's
again, speedrunners know it messes up, or it changes the AI in some ways, but like what exactly is it doing?
There's definitely like a marketable version of this discussion where the thumbnail could just be like the most broken thing in Dark Souls, the most complicated thing in Dark Souls, the maybe the messiest thing in Dark Souls.
I was thinking about this after our discussion, because I was stuck in a meeting, and I was like, this is almost like the Mr. Burns theory of disease.
Yes.
It's just like so messed up, but like most people are just gonna be like, oh, it's a dragon on a bridge. But like if you deviate from how you're supposed to fight Hellkite at all, it just like explodes.
It explodes. So many things go wrong so quickly. I was genuinely shocked. Yeah, that's something I was trying to explain to chat earlier. Like, if you just make yourself invincible, or maybe if you know how to toggle on no hit, so it's less of a pain in the ass, so you can just stand in the flames without getting like knocked around. If you just like hang out in the space in a way that you're not meant to, things quickly break in that fight. Like, it is very just like, you will start seeing the Hellkite teleport around, fall out of the map and die. Like, it just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I like that sometimes you weren't even trying to do anything other than, you know, attacking when it was attacking, and it would just be like, oh well, it doesn't look like it's going to do anything weird. Oh, I guess we failed to get it to do the teleport thing, and it would just turn 90 degrees, fly off into, you know, over the sunlight altar and fall out of the world.
Yep.
Oh, okay, I guess it was broken that time.
Nice, Dark Lord got the evil Vagrant on only the second try. This is, at least I'm lost track now. I have him here again as well. Yeah, this is where we are on track to get a red one without too much effort, probably. Unless if I'm jinxing it right now, but no, I feel very good about this.
I also have the capacity to look up where, you know, if people want I can say the areas that you can use lose your bloodstain or drop your items if you.
Oh
if you're
yeah, we could be double checking the regions better. Yeah, the way it works is because I'd forgotten how it works, but there's in the collision data. Hot Pocket Remix was explaining to me earlier that there's just a field for like Vagrant data for in the collisions.
It's great. It's classic Dark Soul, like from setting stuff up. Like it's just I don't know if it's named like the. I guess nothing's named in the MSB data, but it's just. Hey, here's 3 fields for every single collision in the game. Does this spawn a Vagrant when you do something, when you are on it?
Yeah.
And so I believe I looked this one up already, and you could be, let's see, this one
my
is
guess is
3,900.
Before you say it,
Go for it.
I think it's just literally anywhere in the Royal Wood and Sanctuary Garden, probably. So I'm guessing like if you were losing bloodstains down by Calamy, if you're losing them to the Sanctuary Guardian, I think all of those evil vagrants probably correspond to this location here.
Let me check Calamy actually, because that's a little further in the level. It also doesn't help that like if you click on the water, it's like, oh, we can't spawn a vagrant here because that's water, doofus.
Oh yeah,
Which is
it's
not,
okay.
not how it works. Yeah. Okay, so you're basically right. How far do you think towards the bonfire, this bonfire that you're spawning at?
Interesting. So one's to Artorias, probably backtrack. They're probably not part of the township yet, I'm guessing. I'm gonna say like anywhere before the fog gate here to the Royal Wood, I think corresponds to the Vagrant we're working on. I think that's my guess.
I'm going to get the exact collision where it transfers over.
All right, let's do it.
Place your bet, chat. Okay, it is as you're leaving the bonfire, the first archway that you walk through. That's like as soon as you're in the building. You are now in this Vagrant's territory.
Hey, cool. That's it. So I actually imagined like a boundary correctly for once. All right.
Well, what I mean is if you're coming from the bonfire, right? So if you're in the arena at all, you're in this Vagrant's area.
Okay.
So yeah, it's if you're dying to Artorias, it won't work.
Excellent.
You have to be going down the stair, like the stairs to the bonfire. Like, oh, you beat Artorias, you exit out of the building, you see the bonfire ahead. Now you're in the next area, which is very funny because it's like, why is the the hall to the Battle of Stoicism associated with this past Vagrant? Like that's very weird, but they got to do it. They have to set. Well, I guess they don't, but they set it for if you die to. I imagine if you die to Goff, it's also.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, there are something we were talking about off stream is that the Darkroot Garden boundaries were not obvious. We were not. I completely guessed those wrong. There was like I assumed that because the basin has its own vagrants and Darkroot Garden had its own vagrants. I was like, okay, when you step into the basin, that's gonna all sync up with the basin. When you're in the garden, right, like if you're losing bloodstains by the Illusory Wall, Bonfire, Darkroot Garden, that would have to sync up with the Evil Vagrant by the Wolf Ring, right? And it didn't, right? You found that actually syncs up with the basin?
Yeah, that's right. If you go down, like, towards where Butterfly is, the transition point to that Vagrant is basically just where the tree is. Like the first moving tree.
Oh, okay.
So if you die before that moving tree, I have to go load it up and check, but if you die before or drop an item before there, it's going to the Vagrants that are way over in, like, the one that you took forever to...
By the waterfall.
Really hard time spawning on the...
Oh, yeah, in the Hunters. Yeah.
Which is, like, a crazy place for it to end up is over by the Black Knight, basically.
Yeah, that's I would not have. That is a very unintuitive zoning for the Vagrants. Like a lot of the zones, you can kind of guess reasonably where the boundaries are. But yeah, that was.
I felt kind of bad that I wasn't around for because it's fine because you had to run down to to see the Vagrant every time. But
Yeah.
all the people who were just dropping items, they could have just done that at the bonfire.
They could have just done it at the bonfire. They could have just hung out at the. That is so funny to me. Yeah, I would have never guessed that.
Spicy's asking, were you guys doing something wrong with that one? I don't think so. I mean, I think we talked a little bit about this. I think there could be something to spawning in the new Londo map, and then the game doesn't prioritize ones because you're in a different map. And we also said, like, hey, that's going to happen again in Sens because there's some at the bottom of Sens, and you're probably not going to want to come from the top of Sens to look for them.
Yeah.
So, but maybe you'll get really unlucky and, say, oh, well, let's go to the top of Sens, and then it'll start working. That would be a good test. But
top of Sens descent might not be too terrible actually, though, because you have
you are going down.
Yeah, you do have like the drop down paths on the interior. But that's tricky to know, right? Because the whole thing was like when we discovered that the darker basin cave bonfire is not. That's a different map. That is technically the New Londo Ruins Valley of Drakes map. That is map
and that
16.
whole cave area, if you were to put an item there, it would definitely 100% it would go over into New Londo.
Yes. So that was a different zone. But the thing is, like, it's not like we ever spent that much time in the cave, right? Like, you reload, you run out of the cave, you're in Darkroot again very quickly. So, like, it doesn't seem like that should negatively impact things too much. But, like, anecdotally from Chad, it seemed like once we moved back to the first bonfire, it seemed like it started working better. But again, that's just an anecdote, because it's like maybe we were at it so long that we were about to see them regardless. I don't know. That's a hypothesis for now, that like reloading in a different map number maybe slows the process down a little bit, because you create windows where you're not in the same map and it wants to send it to someone else. But again, you'd only be in the cave for like 5 seconds or whatever. So
my only other thought is that Vagrant is in a precarious spot, so maybe people coming by are scaring it and it's dying, but I don't know about that. That's very poor of an explanation. This is tough because people are like, oh, can't you just data mine this? Like, no, I can't. It's network activity. But I mean, you mentioned in the pig video, like, we can't just data mine everything. It doesn't work like that. So there are limits to our ability to data mine all of the secrets out of these games. Well, we were just talking about, like, hey, there's this region in the Berg that has a cut content like event associated with it. Like, it's not like we noticed that.
Right.
I've been able to read events for almost 10 years now, and which is crazy to think about. But it's not like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go through and classify all of them. Yeah, nobody's done that. Yeah. There's always weird little nuggets hiding potential. I popped way too much humanity at that time because I forgot that it's twin humanity, but whatever, that's okay. I get to watch that happen after the fact. It's very funny. I get to let's see, imminent strange creature. Someone was leaving a message here for the Black Phantom Evil Vagrant. That's great. I was catching up on the stream, and somebody was asking, like, or something, and you were like, no, I'm not in debug, and you brought up the gesture menu to prove that, and I was thinking, like, that's a proof. only you understand why that makes sense. It's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, to chat, I'm like, yeah, no, I don't have debug, and then you see this, and you're just like, that doesn't mean anything unless you regularly use debug. That is so funny. I didn't even think that, I didn't do that consciously. Yeah, the same button that brings up gestures is how you would bring up the debug interface. So when I was like, I don't have debug, like, that's why I did that, but I'm glad you caught that. That's funny. Yeah, because I knew exactly why you did it. It's like, oh, well, you're going to press the back button, and it's not going to come up. The gesture menu is going to come up. The online features are not cross-platform. Paparina, not cross-platform, unfortunately. But hey, if anyone wants to, like, follow along and do this on their own platforms, it would be a selfless act that would help create vagrants for people on those other platforms.
So still recommended if it's something you don't mind doing.
One thing I couldn't get this to work. This was before they shut down Prepare to Die. Is I was like, is this? Because I was definitely still connected to people online with, because there's no like anti-cheat or anything like that, and it's like Lobos would play modded runs, and he got invaded at some point during one of his modded runs, and the guy's standing around because there's like extra enemies, but he can't see them because they're not in his game, which people get confused about all the time. But yeah, if you've changed your game in any way, nobody who joins quote unquote your world will see them, because you're not actually joining a multiplayer instance. It's basically just reloading your world, but with their settings, kind of.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is a long setup to say I was screwing around online with some modded stuff. Don't do this. But I had done something very benign, which is I modified the Berg event to constantly send out the I rang the bell notification.
Oh no.
And I was so sad. Nothing happened because I was watching a couple people stream, and I was hoping like, oh, the bells are going to start going off way more frequently.
Right. And it didn't?
But it didn't.
Huh.
No. So I was like, I wonder if it like puts you on a cooldown for doing that, because normally you wouldn't be able to test that because you'd have to reload your save or something like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is actually a network cooldown for, like, not an official one like the Vagrant one, but something like that the server's just like, okay, this guy's doing something weird, and doesn't process all of those.
Oh man, I've seen this Vagrant probably like 10 times now. So this is going incredibly well. I feel good. I think we'll get the red one before long. Black Phantom one before long.
Oh, so somebody asked, can you do gestures in debug? You sure can.
You sure can.
What you have to do is you have to press all of the shoulder buttons, that is R1, R2, L1, L2, at the exact same time.
Yeah. So you have to... So in a lot of... Because I use debug to record most of my game footage, sometimes I'm too lazy to uninstall it if I want to get video of a gesture. And it's a pain. You can't cleanly do the gesture, because if you press all 4 shoulder buttons at once, you're gonna like accidentally attack. You'll still bring up the gesture menu.
I've definitely done that.
So like there's no way to just like cleanly gesture with like debug installed. So like sometimes I'll look up like the animation for the gesture, and I'll just like force that animation to play. But even the issue with that is the way you force animations to play in debug, it loops them constantly. So I just like edit around the fact that you don't actually see like the very start or very end of the gesture. You're like, right? Like I don't show like the character standing still. Yeah.
I can get around this because I actually did this in my basically one and only video that you should actually watch, which is about the Estes glitch.
Yes.
If people are paying close attention, I start the game and basically execute the glitch, and it's all one take, kind of, but I cut around to it, so people don't necessarily realize that it's all one take, but it is. And so I run through, I screw around in my inventory, and I missed the Estus Flask, so I'm like showing that off. And then, I don't have the Estus Flask. And then I get to Asylum Demon the second time so I can leave, and I pull out a Titanite catch pole to like instantly kill him. And then as I'm leaving, I open up my inventory to show that I still don't have the Estus Flask, and all that stuff is gone. And there's no cuts there. I just wrote a script, like an event script that does that stuff.
Nice, perfect.
It deletes it from my inventory and everything. So like the game is actually functioning that way. I just thought that was like, if people, nobody's ever really noticed it, but I was just like, oh well, this. Like, yeah, I could use Gadget or something to manually set this up, but at the time, I didn't know where I was going to put edit points or anything. So I was just like, I'm just going to have this removed from my inventory automatically. Yeah,
if people don't in chat don't know what video you're talking about, Hot Pocket Remix is like the authority on the Estus skip, right? So if you look on YouTube for like Estus skip, just look for the video by Hot Pocket Remix. Like that's the one that goes into detail on like how all of that works and why it works exactly.
I guess I can link it.
Yeah, you can just post a link in the chat. And Sabo Tower says, "Oh, this is so much more pathetic. Love how much work is being done to avoid the uninstalling of debug. That is even more pathetic if you knew how easy it was to uninstall debug.
Yeah, I just have 2 executables, and I just rename one of them to debug or not debug.
Yeah, for me, for the remaster, it's just the D input, D8 input.dll or whatever the file name is called. I literally just rename that file. That is all that happens. So I just say, if debug is installed and that file is, named properly, if I want to uninstall debug, I just rename that file to like delete this underscore. Just like append that to the start of that file name. So, it is installing and uninstalling debug is literally renaming one file.
I have a challenge for Regal. He's not in chat, but I have a challenge for him. Maybe he's done it, which is to beat the game using the default debug character.
Oh god, that character I hate that guy.
They have 99 in all stats, right?
Yeah,
but,
I think it's 50 in all stats. It's something weird. Yeah.
And they are wearing the Covenant of Artorias, so it's not impossible to beat the game without changing all your gear. I don't think it's actually that hard of a challenge run, but it's such a ridiculous build.
It is just such a clumsy. I hate that guy so much. That's a video I'll make for members sometime.
Gross Lautrec, basically. He's got the helmet, and so I just associate it with him.
Yeah, members keep an eye out. At some point, I'm going to upload a video for just why my character is always this guy, right? Like, why am I always this guy? And it's out of convenience for a few reasons, but I'll explain that in more detail sometime.
Now, I will say, you don't have to worry too much about healing because of your 50 divine blessings. Whatever it is.
That is true.
And your empty Estus flag. I don't know. Yeah.
Did you know, this had to be pointed out to me, I didn't realize, in a rant where I was making fun of and complaining about the default debug character and how much I hate him, someone pointed out he shows up in the one of the Dark Souls trailers.
I had heard that, yeah. Yeah,
he shows up in the Bartholomew trailer, I believe it is. That was when Dark Souls was coming to PC, maybe? Or no, it wasn't. No, it was just one of the pre-release trailers, I think. But it wasn't the first Dark Souls trailer. It was one that they were
kind of do the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme of just hey, I know that guy.
Yeah, they have. It's in all these epic shots of. It's kind of funny. I remember. I don't know if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about, but there's the Bartholomew trailer for Dark Souls 1. It was sort of the trailer that got a lot of people interested in Dark Souls, and I was kind of the judgmental nerd who's kind of oh, they're trying to they're trying to appeal to a wider audience. It was me being judgy in a dumb way, which is it's good that it got more people to buy the game. But it is very obvious, right? If you compare it to the first trailer of Dark Souls, it's a music it has rock music, right? It's trying to be more appeal to an American audience more. So it has this sort of hard rock sound to it. It has more of a power fantasy sort of vibe to it, where it's just it feels more empowering, right? It's a more badass trailer, I would call it. There's more free cam, slow-mo, zoom arounds and pans and stuff like that. So it was trying to be the more epic looking trailer, and it definitely got a lot of people's attention, being oh, this looks like a cool game I want to play. Oh, holy shit, this message has a lot of ratings.
I'll put a link to this trailer in chat.
Yeah.
The right one.
But to me, it's kind of if you've ever seen the cover of Dark Souls, the box art versus the Japanese box art, to me, it's kind of it's that difference, but in music, if that makes any sense. I don't know, that in tone. They were trying to. The first trailer for Dark Souls had me so hyped because I was coming from Demon Souls, so I was already on board and already understood the aesthetic of the game. So I wanted a trailer that was more haunting and oppressive and scary, and a dungeon crawler where it looks like I'm gonna get my ass kicked repeatedly. So that was the vibe of the first Dark Souls trailer. But then they made a more badass trailer to bring a lot of people on board, and it's objectively a very good trailer.
For any of this.
Oh yeah. When did you get into the Souls games?
Yeah, so this is I figured I'd get into this at some point. So I was aware of DS1 from 2012 or something. It was very, it wasn't early on, but I had some exposure to it because somebody did a Let's Play of it that I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
And I So I bought the game, and then I never played it because
Hell
I
yeah.
was like, this game is too difficult. I'm bad at games. Like, because up until that point, basically all the games that I would play were either like fairly easy or I would look up cheat code for them.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, there's no way that I can beat this game. This is going to be impossible. So it just sort of sat in my Steam library forever. Like I got it for pretty cheap whenever I picked it up. It was like $5 or whatever. And I didn't get into these games. Like I remember seeing Dark Souls 3 coming out and being like, oh, I guess they made one of those. Like I guess that series kept going basically. That's cool. But I distinctly remember what happened is I was watching somebody stream and they're like, I'm going to play this Dark Souls game. And he was terrible at it, but he was, beating Taurus and everything. And I was like, oh, I guess this game isn't actually that hard. Like if you have some amount of patience with it, you can beat the game. And so I got into it in late 2016. That's what I remember. And I, like I said, I play these games very oddly compared to most people. So I immediately looked everything up because that's how I do stuff. But I also have a mentality where I end up, I tend to do some weird challenge that's almost always based around trying to do all the achievements in one run or collect stuff. And so for DS1, that's what I did. I said, okay, on this character, I'm going to get all the achievements. So I had to go new game 2.5 or whatever. And I'm also going to do the thing that I've done with all the Souls games. I'm going to pick up every item in the game. I'm going,
Nice.
not just
Hell
that,
yeah.
not just pick up all the treasures. I am going to obtain one of every item in this game.
All the Covenant items and like all of the
If it has a unique ID, well, that's not true because all the weapons have unique IDs. But you know what I like upgrade levels. But if it has a unique property to it or whatever, I'm going to get one of everything. I have to relax that because it's like, okay, you lose keys when you go to New Game Plus. You can't have some of this stuff permanently, but like, I need to touch every item in the game, basically.
Your own version of completionist. Yeah.
Right. And so you can imagine that requires a decent amount of research. Because you can't miss any of the NPC quest lines.
Right. Okay.
Right?
I see where this is going. Yeah.
Right. Like I need to get all of the stuff. I need to kill Siegmeyer for the speckled stone plate ring or get to the end of his quest. So how do you make sure you do that, right? So it takes a lot of effort to do so, and the problem is there was a Future Press guidebook out there, so I could look that stuff up. But they don't for the Dark Souls 1 one, they did not list where every item in the game was.
Right.
Like the pickups, like the treasures, because they're just like, well, nobody's going to have to care specifically about a, tiny soul item, right? So they didn't list some of that stuff. They'll list like, oh, here's where the RTSR is, but they don't say, oh, well, here's this Twin Humanity over here necessarily.
Right.
So I was like, well, there's only one way for me to figure out where the stuff in this game is, and that's to figure it out myself. So I data mined the game.
Hell yeah.
Before I played it.
Hell yeah. Before you played it.
And that's really hard to do, as you may imagine.
Yeah.
And so I messaged Wolf because I saw he was doing stuff with map data. He had a map editor in quotes, which was basically a spreadsheet. And that didn't have any of the stuff. Basically, the only thing it had in it would have been a few things that show up in Smithbox today. And it didn't have any of the item information. So I had to read the binary data directly and say, okay, I've figured out how this game does item pickups now. And that's what got me into the events, because some of the events also reference items. And so when I was doing searches for, well, where does this number appear in the game somewhere? I know it's because we had param dumps at that point, so I could tell what treasures were. Oh, well, whatever this item event flag is, whatever that means, it shows up in this file. And so I was like, well, I wonder what this file does. Nobody knows. Okay, well, that's not very helpful. And so just through a sheer stroke of luck, like I don't know if people understand this, but the reason that we're able to okay, this is tooting my own horn a little bit too much, but I'm going to take some
No, do
credit
it.
for this.
Yeah.
When I started doing this, the only thing that you could do was change textures, and Wolf's thing, which huge progress, was he could move around enemies. So if you've ever seen any of the mods where something different happens in the game that isn't one of those things, that's almost certainly because they've edited event scripts. And we didn't know what those were or how to do that. And so, like I said, kind of sheer luck here. But what ended up happening was I was looking through these files and I was like, I don't know how to read these. I don't know what these do or what these are, but I think they might be scripting related. And there's another file in the Dark Souls, like in the event directory, that had a whole bunch of what I figured out was Japanese text. And that turned out to be a dictionary of here's what each command's name is in Japanese.
Oh, that's huge.
And I was like, so that's cool, but I don't know what this file does. But then I was looking over at all these other files, and I was like, wait, when this says this, structure contains a 2000 0, well, if I look that up in this dictionary, it tells me that in the 2000 section, there's a 0 entry, and that says it's called initialize event. I wonder if that's what this does. And so I reverse engineered without using the game executable, because remember, I'm doing this before I've actually really played the game.
Wild.
Right, because I'm also doing this, like, looking stuff up on YouTube. Like, I distinctly remember, like, I think this is an event in the Dark Route. Can I find a video of somebody doing this thing? And so I eventually figured all that out and wrote some code that was kind of really janky. And I still actually have my notes somewhere from looking at it being like, I think this byte corresponds to an parameter replacement instruction or something like that. And I was able then to look at these scripts. The problem was I didn't know that the game was reading them. Like, it's kind of stupid to say that now. Of course, the game is reading the stuff in the directory, but it was kind of unclear because I had this documentation file. What if these other files were also documentation? What if they were just like output from like, oh, here's how the scripts were written, but that's not what the game, like maybe the game's just running on in the exe to run these scripts. And the problem is, how do you change the scripts without knowing what they do, really?
Right.
So I edited this was after I played the game at this point. I edited one of the scripts in Asylum to make it do something different. I think I just changed what Asylum Demon's name was. And it worked. And I was like, oh, it must be reading these files. Okay, I'm going to go do something more difficult. So I'm going to try and warp the player to Anne Orlando. That didn't work. Of course. Anne Orlando isn't in the load queue, but I didn't know that.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah.
I didn't have debug or anything like that. Like, it's not like debug didn't exist for people in chat. People had used debug for, years at that point because it got leaked quite a bit earlier than that. But I didn't know any of this. So that didn't work.
So
so
funny.
Oh, this is so sad. This, maybe I can't do this or I've done it wrong or whatever. But I eventually did get it working. And I ended up making the item randomizer because I had, I knew where all the items were. And so somebody on Reddit was basically saying like, hey, do you think it's possible to make an item randomizer for this game? Like in Metroid or Wind Waker? Those have pretty famous randos. And I just happened to be, I had the week off. And I was like, I think I actually am in a position that I can make one of these.
Yeah.
I will get back to you. Nobody else can really. I mean, that's not true because it's just param data. So anybody else could. But I had all the research done because I had a big spreadsheet of like, here's where all the items in the game are for picking up purposes. And so I made the rando and I released it just on Reddit. Here's a post like, hey, you can try this item randomizer. And Lobo saw it. One of his mods saw it and messaged it to him. And he was trying it out on stream. And I showed up in the stream and he was having trouble installing it. And normally at that point, I never commented in Twitch streams. I just watched. But here's this guy who's struggling getting my program working, because modding Dark Souls at that point was very challenging. You had to basically unpack the entire executable and patch it manually and all this other junk. Like somebody made a 30-minute video of here's how you get the randomizer working. That's how bad it was. And so I was in chat and I was like, oh, you need to be doing such and such differently. Anyway, so he got the randomizer working and he was like, this is cool, but it doesn't randomize the Estus flask, because I didn't know how to mess with NPCs. I didn't know if that was okay. And it turns out even still, I don't randomize the Estus flask, because it gets Oscar's quest line all messed up if you do that, because it has a event flag associated with it. It's one of the same reasons I don't randomize the White Sign Soapstone. And he was like, oh, it'd be really nice if you could randomize this. And I was like, I don't know that I can, but I think I can come up with something special for because he was doing a use what you see run on the weekend or whatever. He was just doing a test run to see if he could get it to work. And so I went and I wrote the worst event code that has probably ever been written. Well, that's not true. But some really bad, I didn't know how the event system worked. So I was I probably had a hot loop where it would check every frame if you were in the asylum doing something.
Oh, yikes. Yeah.
Stuff like that. Because I just didn't understand, no, the game sets up wait conditions automatically when you write this correctly. But whatever. And yeah, I made him the very first event script mod that destroys your Estus flask and gives you the calamity debuff until you kill Calamite.
Yeah, that rules. That rules.
And get the Estus flask back. And it's called Estus Quest. And it's not too fancy, but nobody had done anything like that in the game. And so then a little bit later on, we
got him.
Posted. Nice.
Finally got the Black Phantom Evil Vagrant on the cliff. Yeah, so he is much further back than the other one. He does face the other direction, though. Let me see if it's possible for him to aggro. But yeah, sorry, you can continue there as I go mess with this guy.
Yeah, I'm curious if he aggroes from the other side.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious too. I was gonna say before though, this is why your whole origin story is the exact reason why you can never be too judgmental of, because so many people will tell you don't look things up before you play.
Right.
Don't and it's I can understand why we generally recommend that to the average player, but you never know when the person who looks things up is going to be an incredibly important modding contributor. Maybe it's corny to speak of myself in third person, but that same person that you would be oh, you're going to ruin your playthrough of Dark Souls by looking things up. It's that's the person that Illusory Wall might be going to questions with.
But I don't know if you remember this, but I messaged you right after I figured out the event stuff on Reddit, because you had posted some stuff, because you were talking to Wolf about NPC flags, because he made that tool to let you see flags being switched. And I messaged you I think I figured out the event system or something. Maybe this is useful for your guys' work on the NPC stuff. And I don't think you responded to me. I think you're.
I could have easily missed it. Yeah, because I don't remember what our first interaction would have been, but I do remember learning of you fairly early on, being oh, this person can answer questions that I have. Right.
And it's funny because knowing what I know now, it's I definitely couldn't have answered some of those questions about NPC stuff, because that was ESD related. So, So this kind of hurts the hype.
So it was a little bit thinking that maybe sometimes they change the placement of the evil vagrants to be a little bit harsher. So I assumed that this guy being closer to the cliff would result in him being able to see us and shoot across the cliff. But I took off my stealth items. He has no idea what's going on. And I don't think I could.
I think they just messed up. I think they just dragged him over here for some reason.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, is some of it might be, because there's one that is very clearly not purposeful with how they're slightly different. We'll see that when we get to the Chasm of the Abyss. The evil vagrant positioning down there is incredibly funny in how they're different. But Yeah, no, like I assumed his position closer to the cliff was so that he would be able to see us from across the level and attack us, but that ain't happening. So
No.
it's just an arbitrary difference. I don't know. It's very weird.
I mean, to use some child lingo, he kind of is just aura farming there. So
He told
they
me
could have
this.
just moved him so if you get the red vagrant, you're
You
just
see
like, oh,
him
what's
more
that
easily
thing?
from yeah.
Especially because you can't get, like, unless you've unlocked a shortcut, you can't get over there.
Right.
easily.
Yes, not right away. This is so funny.
So,
Yeah, so yeah, again, maybe some of these are just mistakes. It's very fascinating because the way it works in the map data, as I explained to chat in a previous stream, is that they never bother doing this for the good vagrants. Right, good vagrants, after they get passed around enough, they become their Black Phantom versions, but they didn't duplicate them. Their positioning in the map
reason for
data.
that.
Okay,
which
yeah.
is they need to and I don't know how this works because this is all EXE stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think they need to dynamically update the good vagrant anyway because they need to tell it what item it drops and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they only need one good vagrant because the incoming data is going to say, well, this has been passed around this many times, aka if it's white or red, and it's going to drop a transient curse or whatever. But for evil vagrants, they only either are evil or they're either white or red. So I think they just set it up, and they have different item lots as well. So I think they were just like, well, this one's easier. I wouldn't be surprised if the evil one came first, and then they were like, oh, and then we put in the good one,
which was a lot more
we don't need to have two
complicated.
of
So
them
they
now.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. The evil vagrants like being a little bit simpler, that they didn't think it through as much yet. So it results in, like, in Smithbox, your average evil, like, good vagrant, if you click on one and delete it, it disappears in front of your eyes because it's one enemy in one location. Most evil vagrants, you go and delete them in Smithbox, and it'll look like the delete didn't work, but that's because you had two evil vagrants in the exact same spot, right? And
now the one thing that kind of shoots a hole in this theory is I think good vagrants have a lower ID and they come first in the vagrant like collision list.
Interesting. Yes, that's right.
So for each collision, it'll say there's 3 entities associated with this. The first one is always the good vagrant, and then the next one is always the basic evil vagrant, and then the next one is always the red evil vagrant. I'm pretty sure it always works like that. And so that's kind of like, well, if they were doing the evil ones first, why does it do that? You know, so why do they have a lower ID?
Oh shit, he sees me. I forgot I didn't have my stealth items back on. Well, he can send me off by killing me.
Yeah.
Damn, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think people get confused about the like white versus red, good versus evil. You were mentioning this earlier in the stream. I think in this game anyway, uses the distinction that it's not, you know, Gravelord Phantoms aren't somehow more evil than their regular enemy versions. They're more powerful. So I think they're using the invader black/red effect to indicate that it's like, oh, this one's powered up. So
it's powered up version of the same.
Powered up. This guy's powered up because he just like turned you into peanut butter. You know, like
exactly.
And I think you fought a regular one before, and it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad, and it might be more drastically affected by area multipliers. I haven't actually followed that chain of, you know, looked into that, but I'm like,
oh, they almost certainly are.
Yeah. So that would also like impact it more, like early game location versus later game location. But yeah, no, I like your description of powered up, because the same is true with the good vagrants, because the good vagrants, they don't attack you, so a context of power up doesn't make sense, but it's like, oh, but their drops are better though. So it's powered up in that way. That's what I mean. And yeah, like it technically does have more HP or whatever, but not that you would ever not be able to one-shot a good vagrant probably. But
yeah, if people want to get some, okay, don't actually do this because you can't. But I say one of my mods as though I have like thousands. I've got like 3 mods, but anyway, In Scorched Contract, which is the mod that makes the game really annoying and quote unquote difficult, every time you kill a boss, it gets harder. But you can only play it on Prepare to Die edition. I'm sorry. I'm working on a port very slowly. It's taken like 5 years.
Oh, cool.
Anyway,
Awesome.
One of the things that it does is mess with the vagrants in some way, and people get at the end of the game when you are in the worst possible place to be, right? You have every possible thing wrong with you. There was a vagrant in the kiln. We will get to there very late in this stream series. We will get there. There is an evil vagrant in the kiln, and by that point, people see this vagrant, and they're just like, "Oh, I'm running past these black knights that will one-shot me. I have all this stuff going wrong, blah blah blah," and they just see the vagrant, and they're like, "Whatever," because they've seen several vagrants at that point, and that vagrant kills people dead instantly by shooting them in the back. And it's so funny every time I see somebody underestimate that vagrant, because the game is really hard at that point and they just get slaughtered by it because there is no place to hide.
That is fantastic. Once you know how to defend yourself from vagrants, it should be fairly easily solvable, because as long as you have a shield with 100% physical block, for whatever reason, the stamina drain is really low for the amount of damage that they do. So you just you wouldn't expect that. You're like, oh, this is gonna be a really powerful shot. It's probably gonna knock my shield away, and it's gonna be like this hectic thing. It's like, no, you can just block them all day long. Like, there's no
I think for that specific thing, if you just take this time to stand and block, you will die from the Black Knights. But
fair,
in the mod, I mean, because they will chase you down. And there's another hazard that I'm thinking of that will hook you alive there. Anyway, but what people actually end up doing is they pause for a brief second behind that pillar. So if people don't know where this is on the thin walkway section just before you get to the big ramp down to Gwyn.
Yes.
There's a thin section there that has a big square pillar right in the center of it. The vagrant spawns off to the left as you're
it's off to the side. Yeah.
And what people do once they really understand what they have to do this run back is they will pause for a split second behind that pillar so that the vagrant projectiles hit the pillar instead, and then they'll just keep running. And I love that so much. But
that's awesome.
If you just keep running straight without pausing for that split second, those projectiles will all hit you in the back.
I did one more checkup here just in case, because someone in chat asked, oh, with the different vagrant locations, can you get both of them in different locations at the same time? Yes, you absolutely can. I'm not going to keep checking here all night for that, though. Maybe we'll come back later in the run and just see how things are going, but we'll move on to the Township.
I'll get back to my origin story in a second. You got to talk about where these vagrants are.
Yes. Be wary of danger zone. No idea what they're talking about, but I'm going to upvote it anyways. They're just talking about PvP happening. Okay, so evil, end of Long Bridge. I think that's fairly self-explanatory, but what that means is it's at the end of the Long Bridge here, after the Mimic and before the first not the first Sorcerer, but the Sorcerer that shoots at you across that long bridge. That's where the evil vagrant pops out. Good lower perimeter walkway. Okay, that is not very descriptive. So how do I don't know where first and he would be hard to find in the Smith box unless if you searched somehow, because it's a little visually noisy in the map.
Well, I can just look for enemy ID such and such and just go down the list, basically.
But where the good vagrant spawns, if I remember correctly, is we're gonna drop down kind of like we're going to where you get the silver pendant, but it's not outside that same building. It's outside the other building. So yeah, this is one of those areas that's just really hard to describe verbally.
Oh, I see where this is.
I'm gonna get shot at. So I believe
the area where the chests are, where there's a couple open chests.
Yeah, now I'm trying to remember exactly, because do I have this wrong? Is it because it is, he's right there already while I'm looking for him. Well, that tells you where his location is. Okay, problem solved. We didn't even have to look for him. Fuck, this rules. Oh my god. Okay, well, yeah, so
here he is.
There he is. You run around. You run around the building here from these bloat heads, and he's on the other outer walkway that isn't the one with the silver pendant illusory wall. Oh my god,
does anyone
that rules.
in chat want to fess up to dropping a whole bunch of items? Because people weren't supposed to be dropping their items in this section yet.
Yeah,
so.
Someone in chat, before half an hour before the stream started, apparently was already seeding the Royalwood. Yeah,
I did it half an hour ago. Anyway,
so yeah, I think Reichbar is working ahead, okay. Which is super clever, and helps out a ton. This rule, I'm so excited about this.
Well,
I can't, not even a single reload, and not even one. There have been some attempts where like I was gonna spawn an evil vagrant, and we got them basically our first try in like the painted world, but I still like died once and I hadn't even created an evil vagrant yet, but it was still like a reload after I explained the location. This is the first time I'm going to show the location, and it's just already here. Incredible.
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah, let me get them checked off here. Okay, that rules. And we did actually.
Yeah, Jose in chat's right. Is you saw drift items near the bonfire, which do correspond.
With this location. I was a little skeptical how many of those would actually turn to good vagrants, because I'm like, oh, all the people doing PvP here, they're going to find them and interrupt them. But though, the people doing that are going to cool their vagrant cooldown.
Exactly.
So maybe some of those got and picked up and eaten, but then the rest were just going amongst us, and we weren't picking them up. So, yeah, that rules. What am I looking for? Checklist. That's good. Lower perimeter walkway, and I can't forget to update the OBS text count.
Now, how are you going to find a place to die on this bridge? There's no
way. There's no way. This is gonna be a very inconvenient place. Now my question though is like, how generous is the draw group, right? Like, can we see this guy from all the way across the level? I got like the angry vagrant pose because I typed 3 on my keyboard. Okay, there we go.
That's not something that I can. I mean, I can find it out, but I'm not gonna like. I'd have to. Okay, what draw route?
Yeah. That's what
this guy in. And
draw groups are kind of a pain in the ass. Let me pull up the chat back up. Okay, so yeah, tonight's been going incredibly. This is like a repeat of the painted world here, which is incredible.
It's interesting because again, you would expect this area to be somewhat populated.
Yeah, it might not be though. Like, it might be a pretty small pool of players who are doing like the endgame meta PvP these days. Yeah. So normally I like to get close to the vagrants, but I'm afraid of him like falling to his death or something, hopping off and getting confused. So I'm just gonna leave him be and let him do his thing. Oh, but I can go to try to spawn an evil vagrant. So let me work on that. There's
also the case to be made that if there's something like load queue related, like Darkroot is, or the DLC is very rarely in the load queue for most people, right? As opposed to like the Burg, where so many areas are like, oh, I'm popping into Sens while you're going to load this area.
Yes.
Or you're going to load the Burg.
Yeah, DLC is only in the loading queue if you're like by the Cove in Darkroot.
Yeah,
I think
that's right.
Yeah.
That's how you do the PCC warp.
Yeah. So I know for a fact that we don't have to like go all the way down to this evil vagrant in order to see him, but the question is like, can we see him by the very beginning of the level? So I think what I'm going to do, he's already here. What?
Okay, well.
What? Both of the vagrants were here instantly in the same run at the same time. We got an evil vagrant the same time as a good vagrant. Didn't have to work on either of them at all. This is ridiculous. Chat is popping off.
Somebody new is going to be like, what's the deal? These things just show up all the time.
These things show up all the time. I can't even... What? Okay, so now we can test the draw groups. Now we can actually check to see how far we can see this thing from. Incredible. Yeah, what's the earliest point in the level we can know a vagrant, an evil vagrant is down there from?
I guess we could have just looked for the Bloathead Sorcerer if it hadn't shown up. Like
that's a
Bloathead's right
good,
there.
yeah. So we actually couldn't see it from here. So we have to get down to, I'm guessing, this platform, maybe? Yeah, it doesn't, it's going to disappear as soon as I go up these stairs. Yep.
Algie brings up if somebody has a game schedule accidentally at the same time as these streams, they will get a lot of vagrants. They probably are not going through the areas in this order, I will say.
The interesting, the VFX of the Vagrant de-render a little bit slower than like just the normal textures.
Interesting.
Sometimes I'm getting the bloathead to fully disappear before the Vagrant sometimes, but it's only part of the Vagrant.
Oh, I bet I know why that occurs. I think like when you kill the Vagrant, not that you would ever do such a thing, but it takes a second for the VFX to go away.
Yeah.
And so I suspect it's just associated with the same thing. When it gets put into backread, it like just executes the same stuff, so it plays the fade out animation. Like people, if they watch that video, I keep shilling my stuff. I'm sorry.
No, to do it, please. Yeah.
That Estes video, I talk about like, hey, when you see an item show up temporarily, like in the if you reload near Law Trek, you will see the Firekeeper set and stuff show up very briefly, and that's because the game is deleting that frame 1 so that you can't interact with it. But the VFX for the pickup takes a second and a half or whatever to go away, and you're just seeing the remnants of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the exact same thing is happening here, where it's like, well, in theory they should be going away because the enemy is dying, so we'll have it do this graceful fade out, but it also works when you just unload them. Oh, I got to remember to actually check this one off and update the list. So that's Evil End of Long Bridge, and OBS I got to change to 31 out of 92. And I'm gonna do something silly here. I'm gonna be like, what if I'm a normal player just playing the game? I've been dying in this level a few times. We're just trying to get across this bridge. Could you imagine being greeted with this across the bridge? This is gonna be utter hell. Let's see. Yeah, my recollection is this guy. You might want to be careful, because I think this guy jumps off the ledge very frequently.
This guy jumps off the ledge frequently. Maybe I should mess around with it.
I don't know. Because the kill plane is right there, and I don't know.
If he starts walking towards me and not shooting right away, then I'm out.
Yes, he should shoot at you. I've seen him. Yeah. I've seen him and the Bloathead Sorceress really do a number on people.
No, he's walking. I gotta be careful. I don't like this. No, I'm quitting. I don't trust the nav mesh. I'm quitting out. I'm quitting out.
Like, it's very rare for enemies to just walk off the edge, but
no, it can happen though. Yeah. You were talking earlier about the kill an evil Vagrant. That is one that is pretty likely to fall and die. In normal playthrough circumstances. At least I think so. I've seen it to happen to one person in a video, and it's also happened to me before. Just kind of backtracking on the level after you see it. It's not too unlikely for it to just walk around a corner not as safely as it could have. All right, cool. We sent that guy back off. Everything is good. We didn't trigger an accidental cooldown. I was hoping they were both going to start shooting at me at the same time, but it didn't quite happen. Let's see. Let me get my list updated here. We're already onto the Chasm of the Abyss. This is wildly fast.
I'm going to figure out how far back people... I assume it's just a bonfire. People could just leave items there or run off the edge, but I might as well look. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so if you're at the first bonfire, it's these guys. But as soon as you walk through the hole in the wall that lets you out into the Chasm of the Abyss, then it's the next set.
Gotcha. So you couldn't do stuff right next.
A few steps.
Yeah, go forward. If you're right by the Chasm of the Abyss bonfire, then the stuff is going to sync up with these Vagrant locations.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is funny.
Because I would expect everything at the bottom of the elevator to be kind of Chasm of the Abyss.
That I think would have been my first guess as well. That seems like a more intuitive transition point.
I think I understand why the Chasm of the Abyss and the whole elevator shaft are all one map piece. So
okay, yeah.
weird. Anyway.
Yeah, Grandpa Swood, they said they left for a bit. Did you get the last two fast? Grandpa, I got them at the same time without a single reload in the area. I was just trying to show chat where the Vagrants can show up, and the good Vagrant was already where it was supposed to be, and the evil Vagrant was already supposed to be, like, already where it was.
I'm looking at the map data for these two different, in quotes, evil Vagrants. This is a game of inches here.
Yeah, no, there's no, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Like when I was, that's what I was alluding to earlier, being like one different in placement, like, all right, this one has to be like evidence of like a slight mistake. This is not an intentional difference in placement.
I'm pulling out the calculator. We're doing the math.
You do the math on how far apart they are from each other, because it needs to be calculated. This is like the most, like, so I have, again, I was being very thorough, where if any Black Phantom Evil Vagrant is placed at all differently or rotated differently than the regular Evil Vagrant, that we need to see both, but you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Unlike the other one on the cliff, where it was very obviously like, oh yeah, that's like, 8 feet apart or more or whatever. Yeah, what's the distance here?
They will tell you or you will feel in school that you don't need to know the Pythagorean theorem for anything. However, I am using it right now. It is, I typed it wrong though. I was like 800 meters. That's not right.
No, oh my God, across the game. Yeah.
It is a difference of 27 centimeters.
Is it that far? That's shockingly, that's a ton of...
It's 0.28 meters.
Yeah, wait, no, isn't that... yeah, that is wild. That's even more than I thought it would be. I thought they were even closer than that. I thought they were like 3 centimeters apart or something. Are we sure that's not... No, yeah, I think they're 2 centimeters apart.
Like in Map Studio, like basically the crook of one of their claws is nestled, like it's almost like spooning the next crook, so they're basically off by that much. So it's not like 2 centimeters or something, but yeah, it is. Unfortunately,
I can disappoint in the sense that I don't need to know. I still don't need to know math or the Pythagorean theorem, because I Google distance calculator. And there's a website that I frequently use where if I'm comparing the distance of these games, I can input XYZ coordinates and then another set of XYZ coordinates and tell me the distance.
I didn't take their Y position.
I'm not.
They have identical Y positions. Okay, I didn't.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that math myself. I'm like, I don't. That part of my brain doesn't exist anymore. I don't remember math. Like, I wasn't bad at math when I was in school, but like, I don't remember it at all. Completely
I'm
gone.
sort of on the opposite end of the spectrum. I have a math doctorate. So.
Oh shit. Okay, well.
But don't worry, I'm here to compute your Pythagorean theorem for you.
Hell yeah, that rules. Oolacile Township Dungeon. I was forgetting the name of the bonfire. Oh yeah, in chat, someone's asking who am I talking to. I'm talking to Hot Pocket Remix, who you may know from such mods as such films as Scorch Contract, Dark Souls Item Randomizer.
That's basically it.
Basically it, but yeah, someone that you might hear me mention in my videos every now and again, where it's just like Hot Pocket Remix said, like, because I had to go ask him a question about something I didn't understand. So
I still think it's funny that you came in and asked me about the cut seek guidance message, and I was just like, oh, I've looked at these before, I have no idea. And then I was like, well, I guess I should check those patch files actually, and then discover something.
So good. So good. Yeah. Hot Pocket Remix is on the short list of people that I talk to when I have questions about the game. Like I might... I tend to hit up you and King Boar first, but there's other people in the community who help a lot as well. Speedrunning questions, dupe glitches I go to Carl usually for, because Carl in chat is... Carl in chat, I'm saying Carl who's been on the stream. Is very knowledgeable of like different speedrunning routes and stuff like that, and like different glitches, dupe glitches across different platforms and stuff like that, and versions of the game. Yeah, so yeah, Dr. Hot Pocket Remix, I like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna show these Vagrant locations. Good lowest platform. I don't remember what that means. Hot Pocket, don't tell me where the good Vagrant is, but you can tell me if I'm warm or cold as I try.
You're cold.
Well, I know I'm cold now. I remember that much. So let's see.
You're like one step into the chasm of the abyss. You know it's in here somewhere. Literally not possible to be anywhere else.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you're cold. Oh, yeah, great, thanks.
Lowest platform. I have a couple guesses as to what I meant by that.
The lowest platform, if you think about it, Manus.
I mean,
so it's really, come on. Like,
it's like the penultimate platform.
The cinema
No. I remember now. I'm pretty confident on its location now, because I was thinking it was like, is that somewhere by the entrance to Manus? Is that what I meant by lowest platform? And I did not mean that, though. That is not its location. Okay, so the evil Vagrant is right by the bloathead sorcerer once again. It's just right up on this ledge somewhere.
These don't feel like creative placements to me. Just put the ranged enemy next to the other ranged
enemy. Yeah, they kind of stopped caring and just wanted them to be dangerous. The good Vagrant, and I got to see if there's a better running route. Like, I don't know if I can drop down by that bloathead sorcerer, but the good Vagrant is going to be when you go through this other area and go to the lowest part of the level. So it is... Oh, but I still don't know 100%. Is it in this nook back here? I don't believe it is. I think it is in this wider part. I think it's in this wider part, not too far from this stalagmite. I take it I'm pretty hot. Hot Pocket Remix, is that correct?
You are burning hot. You're basically standing right on it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
it's just to the left of the stalagmite.
Cool. So I don't know the most optimal spot to drop it, to hide an item bag. We'll kind of workshop that.
Now, you might be able to see it from up by where the evil Vagrant is.
That's what I'm wondering too. Hopefully the draw
problem
group...
is if you rely on that, it's like, but what if the draw groups just don't show it?
Yeah.
You're just never going down there.
Well, here's a drift item bag instantly. That's cool to see.
Probably not the best spot for it, but
I don't
in terms
know
of hiding it, but that's okay. Apparently it works.
Apparently it works. Again, maybe just do it so much that all of the people who naturally pick them up have already triggered a Vagrant cooldown, and the rest are bouncing around our inventories instead. Our Vagrant inboxes. So... Yeah, and I'm curious, do I have a faster... Is there like a speed running route so that I can like safely just jump down there too, in case? I don't know where I'm going.
If you go down the humanity area and then fall off to the right, because there's another area with humanities down there, and then continue on to the end, you might be able to... I don't know if you can make that, actually.
Yeah, can I do a running jump by the bloathead sorcerer? Oh, the evil Vagrant's already here. Okay, so man, today is going so fast. This is ridiculous. Look at this. He's already up there. And which version is it? It's the regular version. It is not red. It's hard to tell from here.
On the left or the right? I'm figuring this out. Who's the evilest?
Yeah. And will we be
not evilest, more upgraded, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, the other one is also going to spawn basically exactly there as well, in a slightly different position.
Upgraded one is slightly to the right.
Slightly to the right of this one. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That is ridiculous. Well, time to check them off. But you know what? We do have to work for the red one, so that might take some time potentially. So, but we have evil sorcerer regular checked off, and I'm gonna update my text list to 32. We are already like a third of the way done. This is wild.
Bar says, I didn't have time to make a red one yet. You speed ran the township.
Gotcha. All right. I'm afraid of the Vagrant trying to follow me and dying. I was going to test a speedrunning route to the good Vagrant, but I'm going to take the safe way around this time.
What I was going to say is like fall off to the right of this whole area, because there's this other section.
Yeah, I was gonna try that, but I'm gonna go there the safe way this time, just because I have to check if I got them both at the same time again. I have to, like,
Yeah.
because that would be utterly bananas.
Grandpa says it would be possible for the PvP fights to cause a lot of bloodstains with 5+ humanities to be lost. Yes, but those wouldn't be affecting these vagrants.
Yeah, and
those would be in Township, so they would have been the previous set.
And most people in PvP are pretty good at getting their bloodstains back, you know? Something would have to go pretty wrong, I think, for someone to, like, after a PvP match, die a second time, forget to pick up the bloodstain. It is something that can happen. Yeah, so what is... Yeah, there's got to be a way to make it down here. I think you can just drop off behind the Sorcerer. So we'll try that in the next run.
Yeah,
I forgot to drop the item, but whatever.
Idea was if you know where the Gravelord Black chain prisoner is.
Mm-hmm. That there, I don't remember, but well, I think isn't the Black Phantom chain prisoner? I think he's.
This is a pop quiz. Where's
where's the Black Phantom chain prisoner? He's a little bit down this path, isn't he? He is like, isn't he on this path above these Humanity Phantoms? Do I have that right?
He's in with the Humanity Phantoms.
He's in with the Humanity Phantoms. So you're saying you think I can drop to the right from there?
Yeah, so if you go right from there, there's another ledge. I think there's an item down there or something. I'm
gonna try my method first and see how that works, and then I will try your method.
You're like, I think he's just trying to kill me.
Yeah, this is totally good. This is totally good.
Okay.
You were right though, because further back there's that item down there. I just don't know the contour or shape of the cliff well enough to trust that entirely.
Well, you got to get out your bow and arrow and prism stone.
But where's the best place to hide an item bag? I'm sort of torn on the execution of this.
I mean, honestly, you can do it kind of anywhere, so...
Yeah, you can do it anywhere, like you said, once we leave the bonfire room. Yeah, I think I'm just going to kind of leave them in kind of random places. I might put some by Sif, because a lot of people might miss that hidden area. I think that could be a good place to put them, potentially. Oops, did I not... Is my pose update? Oh, yeah, there we go. No, wait, why won't my Vagrant change? He's still dabbing.
I've never noticed this location with this float head off to the side. That's funny.
Why am I still dabbing?
That's a place.
Well, there we go. Now it's fixed. Okay. Not saving Sif, but putting items down. That is a very funny mental image. Running back there and just being like, "Oh, hey, Sif!" Like, we're surrounded by all of like the Humanity Phantoms, and just dropping a transient curse and running away.
Yeah, I should be responding in chat. Hello, I am Hot Pocket Remix. I am also on this call.
Yes. Yeah, I think I will, to hide an item bag. I'm not going to keep running all the way this out because it's out of the way, but just to get one in rotation that's a little more out of the way and more hidden, I'm going to hide one by, Sif. I think, though, I'm going to do some research, though. I will take the time to do another run where I'll drop it down by where the Vagrant itself spawns, but I want to see if that item bag is easy to see from a distance, or if, like, there's somewhere better to hide it. Because if you can easily see it from a distance, then I might want to hide it around a corner better. Oh, I didn't realize all the Black Phantoms back here didn't respawn. I guess they're part of Sif's, like, event. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I guess I'd never come back here anyway.
Yeah,
either, so.
Yeah, there's no reason to come back here. So, yeah, I really had absolutely no idea. Interesting. I guess I should still run all the way down there to check for the Vagrant, though.
That's... Am I looking at that right? That's... Huh.
And I'm gonna still continue using bloodstains because, of course, we've only gotten one of the evil Vagrants so far. So, might as well keep them coming. And in all honesty, too, like, even if it's later in the run, I was like, oh, it would take a while for one create now to become a Black Phantom version, just still continuing to spam the network is a good idea, because hypothetically, a random player online could get the non-red evil Vagrant, kill it, and then be locked out from getting the red, the Black Phantom version, so that it stays amongst like us or whatever. So it's a good idea to just kind of keep going.
I was like, I wonder if going in the other shortcut, like up to the Artorias bonfire, would be good, but I discovered that that entire elevator shaft, and starting from the walk, like the door into it, like as soon as you go in that cave, all the way down to the other end of the elevator and popping out until you get out on like actual ground, that has no Vagrant information set. So if you leave stuff there, I bet, or if you die down that elevator shaft, I bet it does not spawn any Vagrants ever.
Interesting. Yeah. What should happen there then is drift item bags should be able to transmit, but then they'll never turn into a good Vagrant.
Yeah.
That is that is cool. Yeah, that'd be a good thing to interrogate, is sort of like make a list of like all of the locations that don't have a Vagrant location set, to see if there's weird little spots that like just arbitrarily don't work.
Yeah, it's tough to do programmatically because, of course, like the death plane is a collision, but it doesn't have any Vagrant information.
Oh
set,
yeah,
right?
You would get a lot of noise in there, a lot of false positives of things that don't matter. You're right. Yeah, you'd have to really make some complicated, if there's a way you could data mine that in such a way where you like include if then in your like retrieval list of being like, but does this collision have a property of a death plane in such a way that it's not added to the list or something.
Well, like I was saying, even the water, which is just
even water would do that.
Collision doesn't have it set. So again,
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that'd be a huge pain. Yeah, let's just jump down here and see what happens. Do I even have to jump, or is it just you just run off? Okay, so it's not complicated. Yeah, so like if I put an item back here, right next to the stalagmite, that's not. I mean, humanity actually does work for good Vagrants as well in item form, but oops, don't use item.
Do you know if item bags have the same draw groups properties as enemies do?
I have no idea. I think they don't.
You could lure a humanity over to the end of the cliff there just to see if it shows up.
Well, unfortunately, humanity fandoms have draw distance.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
they're entirely visual effects. That's right.
Yes, yeah, they have draw distance. They're not draw. They don't have the same draw group behaviors as other enemies.
Well, I think technically they do. It's just they're made out of the same stuff that like torches are made out of. So they get de-rendered in a different way.
Yeah, exactly. There's like an extra layer of like, if you pull far enough away in free cam without touching new collision, so you're not updating your draw group, the humanity phantoms do still de-render. Unlike other enemies who wouldn't have that behavior normally. Oh yeah, I'm going the wrong way. I forgot to go up around the level. I got to go up by the Bloathead Sorcerer, which is down and then up. Let's see.
While you do this, I will finish my origin story. So
yes.
Where we were at, I guess, is I had made this rando, and Lobos was like, hey, can you do this? So I made this script. And so then I kind of just sat on this script for, I think it was like 2 months or something. And I was like, I should probably put these tools out so that people could do some edits or stuff if they wanted. I thought this was going to be really exciting, but it turns out, this is true for everything, it's way more fun to play mods than it is to make mods. So people were just kind of like, oh, that's cool, I guess. So I put these tools out, but the people who took a immediate interest in it were the speedrun people, because they were like, oh, can you help us figure out stuff? And they were actually asking about the Moan glitch, the Priscilla thing, which turns out to not really be super event script related, but it kind of is. So they were curious about that. But then they were like, oh, actually, we can. So they invited me to Discord, to their server. And I had a Discord account made at that point because Lobos encouraged me to make one so I could, people could ask
Hell
me
yeah.
questions in his server. I didn't have one before that. Like I said, I didn't really comment on Twitch streams or YouTube videos or have a Discord or anything of that nature. So I had joined Speed Souls, and then they invited Wolf, and we talked so much in their main channel that they made us a separate modding channel.
Yeah, yes. Awesome.
And gave us this kind of off-putting green teal color name. And
those modding freaks.
yeah. And eventually then we got Meow showed up to help Wolf with his terrible VB script, and we got more people showing up. Jester Patches and TK were already there from doing speedrunning stuff, but they started hanging out more. And eventually the server was basically like too small for having all these people show up and talk modding. And so we ended up starting a new server, and that server still exists. And that explains why all the staff is blue, because that was the moderator color in Speed Souls, and why the modder role there is green, and why the speedrunner role there is purple, because it all just comes from Speed Souls.
Oh, that's great.
So, anyway, and now we have. Let me go see how many lunatics are in this server at the moment. We have 45,000 people in that server.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, that fucking rules. That's so cool.
And now there is no Speed Souls, now it's Soul Speed. Anyway, but yeah, we've got a bunch of people who are huge growth because of Elden Ring, a game that I still have not played but will play at some point. But I do not concern myself about spoiling stuff for obvious reasons, but it just takes me so long to play these games. Like, imagine doing the research of where is every item in Elden Ring.
Oh God, yes, yeah.
How do I correctly complete all these quests, etc.? It's a little bit daunting. So I haven't gotten to that game yet, but I have played DS2 and DS3 and Bloodborne. And again, I promised I'd come back to this, but I needed to, Bloodborne has a great future press guide, so I went through that and documented it and recorded all the items. But, what it doesn't have a great guide for as part of it is the Chalice Dungeons, because the Chalice Dungeons are randomized, right? Except they're not. Like, as if you've watched Zoli's videos, basically people should know that the dungeons are actually baked into the game. They're just maps like any other. The game kind of just picks one at random for you.
Yes.
And there's like 1,200 or 1,600 or whatever, 2,200 or whatever the total number is. But I wanted to collect all the items. Now, that does not mean I had to load every single Chalice dungeon and collect all the items. I'm looking for unique items, right? But I took a break in the middle of my Bloodborne playthrough to write code to scrape out all of the data from every Chalice dungeon and make maps for me.
Hell yeah.
So, because I was like, I'm relying on these future press maps, but these don't exist for the Chalice dungeons. So now I have visual maps for every Chalice dungeon in the game, other than the debug or hacked ones that don't exist. Because I'm not going to be randomly taking those. But yeah, so it has a little checklist of items in each one, and so every time I would load a Chalice dungeon, I'd go through and be like, is this the one I'm in, etc. Because there are only a handful that you have to actually check at some point. And yeah, I paused for a week in my Bloodborne playthrough to go off and do that. So that's just like, I have the ability to do that because I had the Bloodborne game files. So
that rules. That is so cool. Yeah. I love that so much.
But that's basically how I do stuff. So
love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
That's how you get people in modding, basically, is people who are just weird like that.
I got the Evil Vagrant again, but it was just the regular one again, so nothing to check off there.
Oh yeah, feel free to interrupt me if you find something cool.
Nothing interesting happening yet. If
Humanity Phantom drops a humanity and you don't pick it up, does it turn into a drift item? It should. If you then send it out, like you quit and die.
No, well.
Oh no, wait, sorry, never mind.
No. Yeah, it won't. because its item drop isn't the right type of item yet.
There's one case where it can, is if you're full on humanity, because then it'll turn into a bag.
Yes, that's exactly it. So if you had 99 of that type of humanity, you try to pick it up, then it auto drops into the type of bag that it's supposed to look like, then that would work. But yeah, the golden like sphere shiny that they drop or whatever, Evil Vagrant again. Cool. I'm afraid to do like my jump down shortcut though whenever he's here, because I'm afraid he's gonna follow me and fall. Ow. So yeah, anytime the Evil Vagrant's here, I'm just gonna go around. Let's
Yeah, I don't know that they would follow you other than by jumping. Because I highly doubt there's a nav mesh connection there, but I guess I can check.
Yeah, I'd be curious if there's a nav mesh connecting down there. It doesn't seem likely though.
No, I would highly doubt it.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like the odds of there being a nav mesh there are like 50-50. It wouldn't be like shocking if there was one, but I would kind of guess that there probably isn't.
Well, there is actually a nav mesh connection.
There actually is. Ooh, okay, that's kind of scary then. Although, wait, maybe that makes it less scary though, right? Like the Vagrant has like a proper path to like come down here, so he's like not just gonna fall into a pit.
I can't see the weights, so it could just be like, yeah, there's a connection, but it has weight like 1,000 or something, so it just never goes down.
Never uses it, yeah. I wish there was a way to visualize the weights. I wish like the debug display for the nav mesh just had numbers pop up next to them for that you could toggle. That would be cool.
Yeah, I don't know if people know this, but the way that the load queue works is how it decides if something enters the load to load the next map. That's all based on nav mesh distance. So like when you're approaching a new area, the game is measuring how long it would take an enemy to path to the exit of the level to where you are right now, basically. And that's the distance that gets decided. It's not just a straight, like, as the crow flies distance.
Mm-hmm. What am I doing? Well, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to dupe these items. But that's okay. I'll do 2 for now. And 1 of these. And hopefully I didn't get a good Vagrant or the red evil Vagrant this run, because I won't know, because I'm warping to the Undead Parish to dupe stuff. So,
Tom Cooper asks, can other enemies kill Vagrants? So enemies can attack other enemies if they have a certain property set, but it's sort of global on the, can I attack somebody on the same team as me and deal damage? And usually that's just set for stuff like bosses. So probably the Sorceress cannot kill the Vagrant.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to, but mini bosses can usually kill enemies like bosses can. So the Hellkite Drake would definitely be able to torch a Vagrant.
Yeah.
Could the Hydra kill a Vagrant? Maybe its splash orbs
almost certainly, because they can kill those.
Because it can kill the crystal golems, yeah. But yeah, so all the regular mobs though, they would be totally so.
But no, if you want to power scale this, then the Hydra and stuff can, but I don't think O and S can, because they can't hit each other. So I think they don't have that flag set.
I think they probably don't. Yeah, I remember I tried looking at the team types in Dark Souls 1. There's actually a lot less than I thought there were going to be. They were very efficient.
Weird cut team types. I think there's a team type called Baby or something.
I did not know about that.
I don't think it's used, but
yeah, I assumed like there would be like a decent number of team types. There's like 3 or 4.
Yeah,
and it's like they really efficiently set that up in a way that I was not expecting them to. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, kind of surprising. All right, it is dupe time. So, transient curses. Let's get those restocked. I'm going to pretend to buy the glitched straight sword, longsword. I need humanity. I mean souls for that first. Let's get some souls first. That is, where are you, Soul of a Hero? More than I need, but I have 98 of these, so whatever. Because I already duped those.
Well.
Okay, I'll try this again. Pretend to buy the glitched longsword, walk away.
Oi, where are you off to?
Oi. Then brightness. Did I? Yeah, I did put it to the top of the menu. Brightness dupe. One of these times, there we go. And drop 99 on them. All right. Then I'll go put those in the bottomless box and do another stack. And I'll do that for the humanity and the twin humanity as well. You just saw the evil Vagrant and dropped off the little platform to walk to you? Oh, nice. Like the same way the Sorcerer was kind of like dropping off the platform. Oh, I'm good on transient curses still. It was more the humanity I needed, so that was good. So that fixed that entirely right away. Oh, wait, the glitch happened again. I think. I can't, it won't let me put humanity at the very top. Oh, no, it will. I was just mistaken. Okay. What do I have in the bottomless box? I think I pulled them out, so yeah, I've got like none. So that's okay. Gotta do it twice. Oh, Carl, it still works with the insufficient souls box. As long as you select it in his inventory, it should work. Okay, all right, that's good.
I'll use need it.
Good to know. I didn't realize that. So purchase item. I like how the angle at which you walk away sometimes gets his dialogue to not trigger, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's ESD stuff, probably. Usually there's a, like, are you facing the right direction type of check.
Gotcha. Let's see, access bottomless box. There we go. Do it again for humanity. Yeah, sometimes I don't walk away at the right angle and then the dialogue still happens. Let's see. Purchase item. Okay, so humanity is taken care of. Okay, and twin humanities. That is pretend to buy this thing. Walk away. I always have to like narrate it to myself to remember exactly what I'm doing. To Carl, this is all like probably muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, it's probably like doing the quit out where you're just pressing a sequence of buttons.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I was full on twin humanities already too. So yeah, I'm done restocking. That is great. Let's change order. Let's get you at second from bottom is fine. Why are you what? Okay, that seems good. Dark Lord says you got a great message by where the good Vagrant spawns. Cool. Let's see if I can see the same message. Always play for fun said, I'd like to have a beer with Gavlan, Andre, and Lenegrast. Yeah, totally. That's a like dream blunt rotation as opposed to nightmare blunt rotation. Grandpa's Food asked, this is an interesting question, I don't know. Is it known why you can roll out of some falls and why other falls make you do superhero type landing animation? I was under the impression that it was just a timing thing and that you can basically always roll out of falls. Is that not correct?
I don't know. I am not
yeah, I don't know
enough with animation stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I always thought it was like a timing thing. Like if you just time mashing roll while landing, you can always do it, I think.
That feels like something.
I wonder if there's a certain height where it doesn't let you do that anymore, but I don't think so. I think if I make myself unable to die in debug and fall off like a stupidly high fall, I think mashing roll, I think you can always roll. Oh, Androv with the info. You can't roll out of falls if you land on a slope.
Right.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, well, thanks for stopping by, Sebo Tower.
Carl wants to join.
Yeah, let's get Carl in here.
Yeah.
Let's do it. How do I start? I'm going to hang up and I'm going to start a new group chat and give the call again. See you in a second. Let's see. Wait, how do I do? Let's see. Friends. I have to add Hot Pocket as a friend on Discord, which we apparently haven't done before. Yeah, let's get because it's making me do that before we get Carl in here. Wait, now it's working. And maybe he probably already accepted the friend request, and I just can't see it because of streamer mode. Okay, and I'm gonna start a voice call, but it's gonna be a silent call probably. That's assuming Carl can actually join in this moment, but if not, then cool. I think Hot Pocket is back. Excellent. And we put Carl on the spot, see if Carl can actually show up. I think Carl's here.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah,
Hello.
my mic probably doesn't sound as good. I'm just using a
So
headset, but hello.
you had some revelation about falling on slopes or something.
No, I was just I feel like this topic of discussion has kind of come up a lot recently. So I think Androv probably knows the actual specifics, but I think usually it's what we would call like a stored roll, where we will do everything normally the way that we always do, and we'll try rolling out instead of landing. But we'll get that like superhero animation, I think someone called it, where you kind of start standing up. And then after that, it'll still be queued up, and then you'll get the roll. That's why we call it like a stored roll.
Ah, okay.
I don't have any real knowledge on what causes like that to happen versus just doing it, but it's not like a consistent thing.
Interesting.
In the speed run, the most notable places that I can think of for that are when we get the red tearstone ring. We will roll at an angle to fall and land near the drakes and try and roll away. And I think you can usually roll twice, or I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done that route, but you can either roll once and then start running, or like roll twice to make it a little easier. Or if you get the stored roll, you just die. So you're like 5 minutes into the run. I think that's after, or no, you're making your way to the Black Knight at that point. But yeah, you get the red tearstone ring 5 minutes into a run. I once had a stream where I was like, oh, I actually have time to stream all night, so I can do like a 3 or 4 hour stream. And I never made it out of the Valley of the Drakes because I just kept getting that stored roll. I think was just my pathing at that point. Some of it is like luck based, but a lot of times it's it kind of just. But like Andrew said, on like slopes you can't. So another instance where we kind of jump and try to avoid a stored roll like that is when we're going down the first elevator in Anorlando. And then we jump when it's not going to kill us, and then we try and land on the railing and then jump off again and not have that stand-up animation and do like a toggle escape to just kind of run and then just keep jumping without having to, stand still essentially. But sometimes if you hit like at an uneven thing, like if you land on, I guess it's kind of like a newel post on that weird railing on the staircase right below the elevator, if I'm explaining that well to anyone who can't just visualize this game in their brain
right.
because they've played it so much. But you can kind of jump and hit, like you would have uneven footing. And if you do that, it's way more likely that you'll get the stand-up animation versus just being able to like roll off again.
Interesting.
So it's not a 100% consistent thing. It's just something. I was actually talking to a streamer last night who's like doing Bloodborne hitless stuff. It's Pleasantly Twisted, who's part of like the GDQ scene. And they were kind of talking about in Bloodborne how they get that a lot, and that there's like no way to guarantee that you roll each time. I was like, yeah, there's not really a way to guarantee it in Dark Souls either.
I like how Dark Lord Disco just asked in chat, Nightmare blunt rotation, Petrus and who else? I like how Petrus is the given.
Oh yeah, Petrus is the. I for some reason I thought Patches, and I was like, I would love to just hang out with Patches. Like I love Patches.
Yeah, I don't know. He might screw
so
you
funny.
over, but he might be like somehow the funniest person in the room while you're stoned. I don't know. I
guess he would be. He would be the Nightmare blunt rotation with Petrus because he would obviously just be trying to kill Petrus the whole time. But I mean, I think I would still sit there for that because I'm not a big fan of Petrus.
I saw Vamos mentioned. I'm gonna defend Vamos. I think he's a bit of a grouch, but maybe he chills out. Like maybe he becomes friendlier while he's stoned.
I feel like Oswald would be just scary.
Yeah, he would just.
Maybe he's in there.
He's a
He would
nightmare.
like cough a lot, and then he would just do that laugh that he does, and it would just make everyone like
Uncomfortable.
really paranoid and anxious. Like it would just kill everyone's high.
Yeah, no, he would definitely be in the nightmare rotation. Yeah, because he would be terrifying.
Anytime I think of Vamos, I think of many years ago. On my stream, Illusory joined me to play some Fall Guys, and the mic, like the headset that you had, was like all kind of messed up, and you just sounded like kind of robotic. And I was like, and you're like, oh, sorry if my mic sounds kind of weird. I'm like, no, you kind of sound like the blacksmith in the catacomb, so it's kind of cool. And then you were just like, you'll spoil my focus. I was like, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, you'll spoil. You would appreciate this, Carl. One time I took Vamos's like you'll spoil my focus line, and I put it into Fama Tracker to convert it to 1-bit DPCM.
Yeah.
So somewhere I down sampled Vamos to play through an NES, and it sounded like even more garbage, and it was great.
Oh, I love that so much.
I got to do that again somewhere. I don't think I've like kept that file, but that would be pretty easy to do again.
I think I forget if I think it was just in me talking in chat and not like actually a part of the stream. I forget what it was, but we were talking about Fami Tracker and just different like pulse waves or triangle waves and things like that. And I was saying how you were talking about how one of them had like 4 channels or something, and I was talking about the M8, which is that really cool tracker, like the hardware tracker thing.
Oh yes, I've not gotten to interact with one yet, but yeah, that thing looks super cool.
Mutual friend of ours, Curtis from the band Zaku and the Mountain Chiefs, he let me borrow his, and someone was telling me, I think like last year, that you can get like Vocaloid samples and stuff in it, so I'm like, oh man. But I remember when I was working in LSDJ, which is another tracker of like Game Boy music, you get 4 channels in it that way. And I remember being like, wow, this is really limited. I wish I had more channels. And then when I'm looking at a tracker that has 8, I'm like, this is way too much.
Too many.
I don't even know. I'm just going to use the 4.
Too many sound channels. Yeah. It gets funny when there's a lot of sound channels.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to. I was like, this is going to be so difficult to kind of type out here, so I'll just try and hop into a call.
Hell yeah. No, I appreciate it. That's great.
I will probably hop back out. I think eventually, maybe for the next stream, I might be able to help out. Things are just a little unorganized for me at the moment.
Sure. No, I appreciate stopping by. It was great.
Yeah, I was going to hop in today as well and just kind of help with everything, and then I was like, wait, the character that I have not gotten to the DLC yet, so I'm glad you're almost done with the DLC so that I don't have to worry about using that character to get into the DLC.
Excellent.
I'd probably just like use Gadget to give myself the Purple Coward's Crystal and then just warp in.
Yeah, that would be legit anyways, but yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks for stopping by and dropping the knowledge. Weird sloped falls and superhero falls. Stuff that it's not on my brain at all.
no, and I'm very excited to just see if Androv corrected me, because I'm always curious about like what misinterpretations I have of things that occur to me all the time in a speedrun, but I never really think to ask anyone. And by anyone, I mean ask someone who would then probably just go and ask Androv anyway.
Right.
All right, but I'll talk to you guys soon.
Cool. Have a good night, Carl.
Thanks, you too.
Have a good night.
There have been so many item bags popping out of like so many. I love the slope here, like the goopy abyss slope. That is like without fail. Like there's almost an item in here every time. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I wonder what we're actually going to get first. Are we going to get a good vagrant before the red evil vagrant? Like, what's going to happen here?
I feel like you're seeing too many item bags to not get the good
vagrant first. That's kind of what it feels like. Okay, well, there's no vagrant here this time. I was kind of hiding my item bags back around this corner more. You can see it if you turn around after you go down like the bridge, but you can't really see it like while you're going down the bridge very well. So this seems like a pretty good spot to hide item bags. And let me actually start popping humanity again. I keep forgetting to do that. Hey, welcome, random sum. Yeah, we can absolutely get good and evil vagrant at the same time.
In fact, that happened earlier this stream.
Yeah, this happened earlier this stream in the Oolacile Township. Very good. Requires save scumming. That is a clever solution as well. I didn't even really think about that. Yeah, if you just grinded the items legit and like didn't want to hassle with like weird duplicates that are awkward to learn, that works too. It's not like the network has any comprehension. There's no item ID like specific to you know. Yeah, that's cool. That's clever. Let's see. No evil vagrant, I don't think, because I think I would already see it, probably. No, it is there. Okay. I just didn't have the camera turned far enough. Which one is it? I feel like I'd probably be able to tell if it's the red one, but, like, so, I don't know. From very far away, I'm not as confident. But that's for sure the white one, so not it yet. Ow. I'm still afraid of it, like, falling and dying somehow. So I'll go the safe way every time one actually shows up.
I know you always bring this up, but I wish they did more stuff like this.
Yes.
Like, you know?
Yeah, I don't care how many times we repeat that talking point, because, like, it needs to be shouted from the rooftops, like, from Soft. You need to put more stuff like this in your games.
I think there's people who say, oh, but there's not like the return on seeing some of this stuff for the average player. But like half the people who play this game don't find the Great Hollow. So that's a whole area with enemies and a mini boss and everything. I mean, it's the same mini boss kind of, but it has a unique behavior. So I don't know. I don't necessarily, especially if the game is doing multiplayer stuff anyway, like sending a Vagrant packet or whatever is not, I don't think that big of a deal.
No, it's not really a big ask. And you know, we might be underestimating some amount of, like, you know, QA that has to go into implementing a feature, but it's like you can iterate on stuff you put into past games though. So creating like a Vagrant shoot off like shouldn't be hard for them.
They share build information for Warrior Jar and Fia stuff in Elden Ring. So it's a little bit there, I think. For that part of the async stuff, but I don't know. I think I'd like to. That would be cool to see if it was like a little bit more all over the place rather than just in specifically like pseudo PvP type things, like just stuff that happens.
Weird stuff. Yeah, something that a cool place to do it is like the way you get those random skulls that have more that you can break that have like runes in them. If there was like a weirder online version of that, like if one of those spawned near someone who lost a bloodstain that had a certain amount of runes in it, then it gets legs and starts walking around, or you know, like something. Just
I thought for sure based on, because we got the, you know, Elden Ring came out, we immediately started looking into the event system because it works very similarly. And I identified the thing that pops up and says like, oh, somebody who's one of your friends or whatever defeated a rune bearer or whatever. There's the like flashing message that can come up if somebody does that. And I was like, oh, surely this is like some larger, more expansive system that sends other network stuff, and we're just seeing the like obvious thing that brings up the message. But like, surely that's going to do more stuff. But no, that's all it does.
Yep.
Like, I think the password groups and such are a great idea, but that's kind of all that came out of it. Was it tells you when one of your friends does a thing. It's kind of like, it's not even diegetic in that, like, yeah, if they did that in DS1, it could do something special when one of your friends rings a bell, for example. But no matter where you are, I don't know. But
yeah, it was
just popping up a message is like,
it's a little underutilized.
Like, they could have told me that.
And they did do technically more where like player ghosts look a little differently in Bloodstains and messages, but it feels like because there's not enough to do with the multiplayer systems in that game, that it feels a little underutilized. It was a neat idea though, and I'm glad that they did keep it for Night Rain. So it seems like something they're going to keep doing moving forward. The whole like group password thing. But yeah,
I thought it was. I thought it was interesting that they had that interview came out before Night Rain was announced. I think that was like, well, what are your guys' feelings on seamless co-op being so popular?
Yes.
And they basically gave this answer of like, oh, well, if people are doing this stuff, then that means we need to cater more towards it. And I think a lot of people took that as like, oh, they're going to add direct, password level stuff to their games in the same way that Seamless does, kind of. And I interpret it as they're making Night Rain something that you kind of want to play with friends, specifically, rather than, oh, we're going to add all this functionality to our, I don't want to say normal games, but to our typical, like, Souls, Elden Ring experience. I think they were answering a far more specific question because Night Rain was coming out and just saying, well, if you guys want to play co-op in our game, well, we are going to have something on the horizon that's very similar to that. Because I think a bunch of people took that and ran with it like, oh, the next game that they're going to do after, that's kind of back in the Elden Ring style is going to have seamless co-op integrated to it. I don't think that's true at all, but I could be proven wrong.
I'm really curious to see how things shake out with Duskbloods, right? Because we have another weird multiplayer game on the horizon, so I don't know. The fact that they're doing like 2 multiplayer games in a row is pretty fascinating.
Yes.
Oh, thanks so much, Waterfall Eyes. I appreciate it. And someone in chat, so we should name all the Vagrants. Date. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Sorry, pardon me. They came up with the name of Hugo. So this evil vagrant we've been seeing is Hugo. You're the first person to come up with the name, so you claimed it. It's legit. I accept it. We've seen Hugo a good number of times now, but not Hugo's evil cousin. Not even cousin, brother. We will get. Well, I mean, he's already evil, but you know what I mean. Black Phantom cousin.
Brother by about a foot.
Yeah. It's starting to. We're seeing a lot of evil vagrants now too. So it's really.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's anyone's game at this point. It's a toss-up. Which one we're going to get first? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Oh yeah, I should jump off the cliff. That's the whole point. DS3 is really underwhelming. DS3 has grown on me a lot. But when it first came out, I wasn't like head over heels over it at all. I was very like, I don't know if there was some element of Souls fatigue. All the callbacks to Dark Souls 1, I was a little more like, about. But Acer Aesthetics, on his channel, we put out a video not that long ago about, it's like a 6-hour video. It's ridiculous. A very long form discussion where we ranked all of the areas in Dark Souls 1. We made like a tier list, and it was basically like, who cares what the final rankings are, but it was basically just an excuse to like really have a long discussion about like the level design and say like talk about how we feel about each area and how they compare to each other. And we did talk recently about Dark Souls 3. So at some point, it might be a while before that's out because they'll like edit it together and everything. But yeah,
I watched that previous one. That was
oh, it was great. Yeah, so we'll have a long. If you want to hear my thoughts on Dark Souls 3, you'll have hours worth on the way. And but my sort of takeaway at the end of it is there was a time where I might have called it my least favorite Souls game. But that's not like to be that down on it because it's like what difference between like an S tier video game and an A tier, you know, like that's not.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't dislike any of these games. They're all awesome. But there's a time I would have told you with confidence that I liked Dark Souls 2 more than Dark Souls 3. And I think the more time has kind of settled in on that, I think 3 is firmly caught up.
Interesting.
Maybe even slightly edging out Dark Souls 2 at this point. And I was never a Dark Souls 2 hater, so this isn't me like readjusting Dark Souls 2 to the bottom because it sucks actually. Like no, I'm a defender of Dark Souls 2, but it sort of dawned on me more recently, like out of the blue right now. And again, maybe my feelings could change on a day-to-day basis, but like if I was going to start a random run, maybe a challenge run of some kind or whatever, it's like, am I more in the mood to do Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3? And lately, I think Dark Souls 3 is the answer. Like, I would just have more fun playing through it, I think.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all good games. The boss fights in Dark Souls 3 have aged really well, which is a funny thing to say because everyone always loved them like immediately. And I was always just like, yeah, you know, I'm more patient for like the gimmicky, clunkier fights of Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. But in looking at like how refined and how hard some of the Elden Ring bosses are, I'm kind of like, oh, Dark Souls 3 is a really good sweet spot though. Like it's a really, really good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like some of the hardest boss fights in Elden Ring felt like a chore to perfect at times for me. And, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll go through the same process that I did with Dark Souls 3 and I'll eventually love all of them or something. But like all of the hardest fights of 3, but especially having done like a soul level 1 run not that long ago, which I didn't actually complete. I stopped at Lothric and Lorien and should try again. But I really came around a lot of those fights. Just really like, oh yeah, these are really, really good boss fights. Remember everyone talked about how much they loved like Champion Gundyr, and I'm like, oh, I get it. I really do get it now. Like,
I think I wrote up some of my thoughts about DS3 when I played it in the far-flung days of 2022 or something. It was not that long. My stuff was mostly focused on the bosses rather than the areas. I think more on the negative side. Like I think I'd probably put it below DS2, but again, that's not because sort of the opposite. I'm not like a huge DS2 lover or something like that. I like the weird stuff about DS2 more than I like the weird stuff or more than the polish of DS3, I should say. That
was the thing, is that we both still kind of agreed that like Dark Souls 2 is kind of the more interesting game. Oh, hey, the good Vagrant is finally here. Nice. He's here. He's barely visible. In fact, at the stream resolution,
no, I can only barely make him out behind.
Yeah. He's hiding behind the bloodstain. The Dark Souls 2 is kind of like the more interesting game, but like Dark Souls 3 is just like, if I want to play through it though, the mechanically kind of like really well refined boss fights, it's just kind of more fun to play through, I think.
I really liked, you know, the classic boss fights like Nameless King and stuff like that. But I think I was way more negative on specifically like Sister Fried and Midir. Like I don't like those fights very much. So that sort of dragged it down because people talk up a lot of those fights, and I was like, kind of not that I hated them, but I was just like, I don't like these fights very much. But you know, Gale and Nameless King especially are just like, oh, these are great. So
they're great. Champion Gundyr is fantastic. I like that was a fight that like whenever I fought it back in the day, I never made any efforts to do like really efficient runs. Like I was always kind of grindy, collect everything. So I was always like over leveled enough that I could get through Champion Gunder without ever like truly perfecting the fight. You know, it's like tank a few hits and like whatever, like just kind of like do okay in the fight. Soul Level 1 run it took me a lot of tries, but like I always felt like I was getting a little bit better. It didn't feel like RNG. It never felt like bullshit. It was like that really well dialed in level of difficulty where it was like, it might have taken me like 40 tries or something. But that final run where I just flawlessly parry every single attack he throws my way felt so good. It felt so good. I was just like, damn, this is a really like well-crafted boss fight. And it felt like reasonable to get there. And it wasn't in the category of bosses where it felt like they have so many attacks that it's like just so overwhelming. Just kind of in that sweet spot of like how hard I want a fairly hard boss to be. Reichbar asks, what comes next after the DLC? The next area, maybe we could get started on it tonight. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're still working on the Evil Vagrants. I don't want to make any commitments just yet. But the next area is going to be the Catacombs. That is next. I had to think for a second what map was next.
I'm a big loser. I did not have to think. I was like, and 13 is next.
Yeah, we're both kind of on the same wavelength there. The fact that I can rattle off all the map numbers in order. Usually I don't have to think, but caught me off guard for a second. I was like, oh yeah, 1201 is DLC, 1300 is Catacombs. All right, let's finally get this guy checked off the list. This is good lowest platform, and this is going to be 33 out of 92. And we will keep working for the red version of this Vagrant. And there we go. And bring up the chat back up and the game. Oh god, the camera's rotated somewhere weird. Where am I looking? Okay, here we go. Yeah, we got him. I'm not going to chase him off because I'm afraid of him falling off a cliff, although he probably wouldn't. He'd probably just disappear. But not going to test that.
He's like right at the edge of the cliff, basically.
Yeah, he's really close, so I'm not gonna play with that.
I want you to read that message that's there, apparently.
Yeah.
I for DS3 stuff specifically, maybe this is just the way that I like, because keep in mind, I don't get surprised by like, oh, this boss has a second phase or, you know, a third phase or like, I know that stuff. So there's like, I think a lot of memories are, and you know, this is probably one of the downsides of the way that I play is like, I don't get that, you know, I'm just like, oh, this boss fight has 3 phases. Cool. I think one of the main things that like really annoys me about DS3 is I just don't like magic flasks. I'm not a big fan of that either. It's an interesting idea, and it's not terrible, but I'm kind of like, I don't like having to manage that resource. I kind of just like, yeah,
they made it work in the earlier Souls games, and I'm cool with that.
Because I'm getting all the stuff, I'm like, oh, I would like to, you know, have magic weapon to just put on, even though I might not be too deep into int, but it's just like, I'm going to have a lot of these buffs and stuff anyway, so I might as well. But then having to manage your FP flasks and such is like really off-putting to me.
Oh,
so I just, yeah.
I at least have to give credit to Elden Ring for fixing that, because my god, having to rebalance that at Andre is stupid.
Right.
It's so like, what are you doing? What do you mean I have to warp back to Firelink and then run down the hallway to this NPC and have him change that? So at least if they're going to exist in your game, Elden Ring did it the correct way. But like, yeah, that was just annoying. That was not fun dealing with that.
Are evil and good fan names for the different types of vagrants? I forget.
So
I think they're not, right?
It's a little complicated. The exact phrasing of evil vagrant and good vagrant is sort of me cobbling together different names for them. They are officially called vagrants and drift items. Those are both valid names for them. The game manual calls them vagrants, and the official guidebook calls them drift items. And they are referred to both of those things internally as both. both of those names show up in debug at some point. Vagrant shows up,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
and Drift Item also shows up. Both of those names are completely legit. The precise naming of good and evil, though, is attached to, it comes from the guidebook, where it'll say Drift Item parentheses evil, Drift Item parentheses good. And that's sort of where I diverged a little bit from calling them Drift Items, because I was kind of like, well, the good Vagrants have a bag proto stage that I'm going to call Drift Item Bag, because that's very like intuitive. It's an item that's being passed around. So technically, I mean, they're all Drift Items, but I'm kind of like, all right, in bag form, I'm going to call that Drift Item Bag. So we're just really clear and we're not going to get the names confused. But I liked the name Vagrants from the manual a lot more. Less easy to mistake with the prototype, you know, the proto good Vagrant in bag form. So it's like, all right, I'm gonna call those Vagrants. Yeah.
It really reflects what they are. They're like transients between the worlds. Right?
Yes.
So calling them drift items, like, yeah, I guess they're items of a form in the same way that these are humanities of a form. But I don't know. I like the Vagrant naming. And
yes. I wound up just sort of like just taking that from the manual and sticking with that. But it's like, but the manual never specified good or evil. It didn't go to that level of detail. So I'm like, all right, I'll peel that off of Drift Item evil, Drift Item good, and just attach good and evil to the word Vagrant. So it's a hybrid of basically what the manual and the guidebook say. So
yeah, I think if we wanted, like, if this were a different game where all the enemies like appeared in the bestiary with some like fantastical name or something, I suspect they would have the good Vagrant is related to like greed or avarice or items in some way where it's really reflective of it's kind of a crystal lizard type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the evil Vagrants are something to do with humanity.
Something to do with humanity.
Come from, that's what they look like, that's what they give. You know?
Yeah, it would be like Drift Item humanity or like Vagrant humanity or humanity Vagrant. Honestly,
Yeah, exactly.
humanity Vagrant in an alternate universe, we would just be calling the evil Vagrants humanity Vagrants. You know?
Yeah, I could see item versus humanity, right? Like one is losing items, one is losing humanity, one gives random items, one gives humanities. So
yeah,
we just call them good and evil because one of them is passive and one of them is aggressive, basically.
exactly. But I don't think good or evil outside of the guidebook actually show up internally, though. I do think it is.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think internally it is Drift Item, maybe humanity, or like
I don't know what their
AIs
are called, because that uses, you know, non-Japanese characters typically. So I don't know. I guess I can look.
Yeah, that's a good point, C Fox. Absolutely. Is that like Dark Souls 1 definitely got the weirdest with all the online features, but like Dark Souls 2 still made the effort for like the Rat King Covenant. And you know, I know Dark Souls 3 included like the whatever it's called in the DLC, the church multiplayer thing where you can get summoned by the boss there or whatever. But like obviously Demon Souls did it best. I mean, it had the most flaws as well, but like it did the coolest multiplayer with the boss mechanic. But second to that is definitely the Looking Glass Knight, right? Like the Mirror Squire summons. Yeah, I don't know. Dark Souls 2 had some stuff going on that was just like a little more interesting and kind of weird.
Oh, okay. The internal IDs in the AI is Drift Item good and Drift Item evil. So
there we are. Yeah. So yeah, the guidebook wasn't just completely making that up either. So yeah. But Vagrant is at least validated because what if you're thinking, oh, what if the game manual then only says that through like localization, which is fine. Localization is valid. I mean, localization is how we have all the dialogue that we have in these games, you know. But in the debug interface for like the Vagrant like inbox that I keep referring to, like all the Vagrant like menus within debug under like the net portion of the debug interface, it does say Vagrant in katakana. Right, like they sound out the syllables for Vagrant. Again, I don't remember what that looks like in Romaji exactly, but it's like Vagrento, or like something kind of like that.
Yeah, they're also called Vagrants in the item lot data.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, both of the names show up internally, and both of them show up in published text. So yeah, interchangeable. Vagrant, drift items, both are completely legit names for them. Which is funny to me. It's like it's this really like weird obtuse mechanic, and then you're like, oh, what are they? And it's like, well, what words am I going to use to describe them? Because even that they didn't make like completely consistent. The thing that's kind of interesting is weren't Black Knights also called Vagrants? Wandering Vagrant or something like that?
In their AI or
somewhere. I think something relating to how Black Knights were originally meant to roam the map. I think there's some remnant somewhere that does call them like Wandering Vagrant, and they're not talking about the Vagrants. I think they're talking about the Black Knights. I could be mistaken about that though. Yes, Graham, that's correct. Yeah, Black Knights were... The original concept for them was that they were supposed to roam. I don't know how far in development that ever got. There's not, like, anything, like... I don't think there's, like, code relating to that in any way, probably.
Yeah, I think somebody may have found some, like, dummied-out patrol points for one of them or something, but it's not even... I don't know. I'm not sure.
If that's the case, I mean, that's even more than I realized existed, so...
Then it's like... People misinterpret stuff all the time, so
yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, I knew I was about to get shot. I accidentally attacked and stepped forward. Oh, I still queued the animation for eating the humanity, even though I ate shit. So I was not expecting that to work. It was funny. That's a great point, Graham. Funny that the Knights Cavalry are kind of successors to them, but they still don't really roam. You're right. Yeah, they sort of achieved it in the more minimal way, which is like they show up and then they have a small patrol path, which like kind of hints at the idea of roaming, but it's not really. It's just, fixed locations. And then nighttime is like the variable that makes it feel like they randomly show up or whatever. But then you just learn that, and then it's not random at all. Yeah, the way I would have done it in Dark Souls 1 is if you wanted to have... Because people were talking about, like, well, having them roam would be too complicated. And I know Hot Pocket Remix, you immediately could think of a solution that's like, no, that's not difficult at all. Like, if you wanted to have them roam an entire map, like they're traveling through the game, well, yeah, that's impossible. But you could very easily fake it. The way I would do it, if I was developing the game and I was like, I want to give the appearance that these Black Knights are roaming... is you would have some sort of like event RNG. Maybe I'm underestimating how complicated this is, but I feel like when you create a new save, you have some sort of event flags get rolled at the start of the game that just chooses where they're going to spawn in the game, right? So you have like 15 slots of where Black Knights can show up, but 5 of them get chosen, and some of those locations have a short patrol path on them as well, so it looks like they're walking back and forth up and down a hallway as opposed to standing still. And then boom, you have wandering Black Knights, and it's not because they're literally wandering throughout the game, but you just kind of like randomize their spawn locations, right? Like I feel like that wouldn't be that hard to implement.
It's probably kind of annoying in their ridiculous event scripting system.
Gotcha.
Just pick 5 of 15, but it's not impossible. It's just annoying, like I said. But that's the thing. If they wanted to do that, like if I wanted to do it, I would have to work around their event system. If they wanted to do it, they just have a thing that says, okay, take in a list of event flags and a quantity to randomly set, and do so, right? They just make a new command. I just can't do that without editing the exe. So
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they would be able to do it very straightforwardly.
The DLC summon rooms were a cool idea for Dark Souls 2. Absolutely. Yes.
It's unfortunate they're attached to really bad areas.
Attached to really bad areas. Areas that are meant to be played as co-op. So I get what they were going for. But and I'm also undermined by the fact that I always forgot about this because I think I might have like gotten the timeline wrong in one of my videos mentioning it. I felt like the DLC came out like a year after Dark Souls 2 came out. It didn't. Like Dark Souls, like it did for Dark Souls 1. It came out real fast. It came out like first DLC was like 3 months after Dark Souls 2 came out. And you know, so we had this brief window of time where it was like, oh, cool, people who haven't bought the DLC yet, like get to do these bite-sized chunks of the DLC for free. They get to use the summoning pool. They get to put down their summon sign at the statues outside the DLC. It teleports the summon signs further into the DLC, where then get summoned by other players who bought the DLC. Very cool. Very cool having this DLC preview system. Very smart. But then like Scholar of the First Sin comes out and becomes like the quote-unquote recommended way to play the game, which just includes the DLC. And it's like, oh, like, I guess if you don't find the key to the DLC area, you could put your summon sign down there and then get summoned further into the DLC. But just because the game already came with the DLC, no one ever like recommended it or talked about it, like basically ever. So Scholar of the First Sin kind of like undermined that whole summoning pool system a little bit.
Yeah, when I played through DS2, I did it when the servers were offline, kind of. It was just on the cusp, so I did much of the main game while the servers were online, and then a lot of the later bits when they were offline. And yeah, going through those areas, I was like, this makes sense if you were in multiplayer, kind of, but doing it solo, yeah, it's not a great experience. But I just killed all the stupid reindeer enough times to get rid of them.
Yeah, I've done that
run
too.
Back, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I know that they're there. I know exactly how they work because I looked it up. So I'm just like, oh, I understand how these things work. I'm just going to, like, again, this is one of those, like, if you aren't trying to not be spoiled, or, you know, whatever, then, like, I go into that knowing, hey, this area has these annoying enemies. I'm just going to get rid of them.
Yeah.
But I can easily imagine if you were like, I'm going to go into this cool area, and you just get destroyed by these deer that are coming out of the fog constantly.
It's so annoying.
Have a substantially lower opinion of it than I do, and even I'm not like, oh, this is a great area. I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was the type of thing that it needed some sort of like event-based, like light a certain torch, and then ones along the main path like stop spawning. You know, like you should have been able to like declutter the main path of them by like the equivalent to unlocking shortcuts in a Souls area. There should have been unlocking like a despawning pathing along the main path for them. You light up a thing that like makes them the snow not as harsh along the main route, and then you know, you wander too far from it though, and then they still show up.
And I think Scholar adjusted the timing on the like snow and stuff to make it a little bit more lenient. I seem to recall that. I played the original version, but I seem to recall looking into it and being like, oh, there's some scripting differences here in Scholar.
Interesting. Is Frigid's Outskirts the largest area in Dark Souls 2? Yeah, it's gotta be. It's huge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, as Always Play for Fun saying, is like, my favorite area from DS2 was Broom Tower. Like, the whole thing was like, oh, this is a great area. I really liked that. So, probably one of my favorite areas in any of the games, to be honest, which is kind of weird, but I just really liked it, the way it was put together and everything. So, you know, for all the Frigid Outskirts problems, then you've got this other area in a different DLC, I guess. But that was like, oh, I really liked that.
I always resonated with Shulva very well. I always liked Shulva a lot.
Yeah.
I like the platform gimmicks and everything, and just the aesthetic of that area was always really cool to me. In my like invisible walls and collisions like videos for Dark Souls 2, I unfortunately missed the weird problem spot in Broom Tower. Near the top of Broom Tower, like you could just stand in a certain spot for a while and then just die. Like,
oh, interesting.
And I still don't fully understand what's happening, but you can see in the collision there's a missing patch of ground, like a missing like triangle of ground. And I think standing over is like maybe you get kind of stuck in it, and I think like maybe it's kind of equivalent to standing on a sloped surface. I think like the falling for too long timer like kicks in. You don't have to physically be stuck in a falling animation though. Like that's not what happens when you get stuck in that spot. But you just die, and I feel like I came to the conclusion that that's probably what's happening there. But yeah, I was at least able to visualize like, oh, it's missing a patch of ground, and you're getting stuck between like collision that kind of surrounds it. Oops, don't forget to pop humanity.
Yeah, the hardest thing that I found with, this is going to sound stupid, but the hardest thing that I found with DS2 was actually researching stuff about it to figure out where all the items and stuff were, because the guide for that is way worse because it's a Prima guide or whatever, so half their maps are wrong.
Oh, I actually thought it was Dark Souls 3 that got the Prima, and Dark Souls 2 that
Prima,
Future
you're right.
Press. Yeah.
Right, I'm mixing them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was DS3 that was the problematic thing.
Yeah. Three got Prima, and no one really knows why. They just wanted to save money on, I don't know, whatever. I don't know how that works.
I think the thing that I'm thinking of in DS2 is that the Future Press guide had a weird number of errors compared to how good they normally are.
Gotcha.
But then DS3 is quite bad.
Yeah.
I don't think I even used that. I think I used third-party maps.
Yeah.
For researching stuff.
Dark Souls 2, I can't speak to the number of errors in the guidebook or anything, but I could also just see in terms of like what resources are there for data mining when you want to go poking around, like
exactly.
Also, just the hurdles there. It's the least friendly Souls game. It's the amount of progress that's being made is like so many cool things have been happening for Dark Souls 2 lately.
Yeah, it's hard to communicate to people how different DS2 is and how much that holds it back if there's not a community there to do stuff with it.
Yeah.
Because as I was saying earlier, when I was talking for a while, I was saying that there's like a bunch of stuff that only came about not because of me, but just simply after me because we got all these people together. And DS2, because it's so different and because it's a bit, divisive in some ways, didn't have that for a very long period of time, certainly not for the same period of time. And so people, because of the differences there, it was just like, well, we can do all this stuff in DS1 and Bloodborne if we had a modded console, and DS3 and Elden Ring, and then DS2 is off in the corner because not as many people care about it, and it's so different. Like even Sekiro, we were able to do stuff with almost immediately because of how similar it is to the other games. But then there's DS2.
Yeah. But Lord Ordai has been absolutely killing it with Dark Souls 2. Just like absolute like debug manager continues to get improved constantly, and the fact that Morpheme editor was created or whatever it's called, you couldn't edit animations in Dark Souls 2 until like a couple years ago, if that. Like that is a very very recent development.
And they used that Morpheme. People can look this up, but Morpheme is this animation thing that was used for GTA or something. I don't remember the exact source of it, but again, it's only used in DS2. The rest of the games use something different, and yeah, it was something that we did not have access to because it was this thing that only game developers are supposed to have. So people weren't doing anything with it. There was no way to understand how it worked. And then slowly stuff started to come out about it, and Radai did a ton of work with actually getting that stuff implemented. Now you can do things very easily. And yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and more recently he's been adding like some functionality to like edit params live with Debug Manager, and that is huge for the modding community. Like it cannot be like overstressed how helpful that is to be able to mod something instead of having to like re-export it, restart the game and load and try to like guess how different a thing is. You can just change it and just see the changes instantly.
And that aspect of it that people couldn't do that for DS2 specifically made me really sad, because DS2 controls way more of its stuff through params.
Yes.
Like if people load it up in Smithbox or whatever they're using to look at params, there are so many things that in the other games are just like hard-coded completely. You can't change them without exe edits. And then, yeah, like in DS2, I think you can change the thresholds for aesthetics on bonfires and stuff like there's all these weird things that you can change. Because again, this is something that most people do not know, but when you put yourself into a higher bonfire intensity, you get an item discovery bonus.
Yes, yeah.
So, and that's all controlled by params, and in other games it would not be, if that existed. But there's plenty of stuff like that.
And plenty of stuff
like
that
a lot of enemy placement is params. Like it's really easy to basically make a mod and just say, okay, I'm only touching params. I don't need to learn these other tools. You can do that in DS2, and then the other games you have to have a map viewer and a param viewer, and that's what Smithbox helps with. But yeah, it's
there's so much stuff that affects the gameplay feel of Dark Souls 2 that can be managed through there. Like how much can my character walk? Like how much freedom of movement do they have while they're popping a life gem or like drinking Estus? Like that's just, those are params that you can just edit, and it's like, oh shit, that's really cool. Like that's awesome. Something that's really funny about Dark Souls 2 to me is that the whole thing people talk about, like, oh, you don't have iframes when going through a fog gate, and it's annoying how enemies can fight you off. That's like one of those things that it's basically true. Technically half true, though, in the sense that you do have iframes once you're finally actually passing through the fog gate. But there's a window of time. I don't remember if it's like a full second, maybe even a second and a half. Maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's half a second. I think it's a full second. I don't know what it is, but that's not even a global setting in the data of Dark Souls 2. Every individual fog gate has its own parameter for that. You can have every fog gate in Dark Souls 2 take a different amount of time before you can like actually fully walk through it.
That's crazy to me, because again, you can't do that in DS1. That would be impossible,
no.
Unless every walking through a fog gate animation was a different animation, and you just had like a million of them.
So yeah, it's the wait time before going through a fog gate isn't baked in. It's not the full length of the animation. It's not baked into the animation data. You don't actually start fully walking through a fog gate until you like pass this parameter that's a cooldown window, or you know, like a timer. And it's funny, you could mod that to be any length you want it. I forgot those are twin humanities, so that's a bit more than I needed to bop. But yeah, that's so funny to me. Just every fog gate happens to be set to the exact same value. There's none of them deviate. But you could just arbitrarily decide, like, oh, I want this fog gate to like make you wait for a full 10 seconds. It'd just be a complete pain in the ass, which is very funny.
I feel like I never really ran into the being attacked out of a fog gate, but I tend to run by enemies. So.
Yes, yeah, I tend to not do that either. But yeah, if you try to do that in Dark Souls 2, my god, yeah, it is very punishing. Any enemies near a fog gate are going to be like, nope. Alright, come on, Black Phantom, Evil Vagrant. But yeah, I thought about how there's like randomizer mods, and it was like, oh god, depending on like what you included in there for Dark Souls 2, how long it takes to go through a fog gate could be affected.
I remember watching somebody do randomizer in DS1, and it changed the particle effect that the humanity sprites have to like force.
Oh
so they
no!
were just
Oh
these
god!
Constantly exploding balls of energy, and they were combining that with rando, like enemy rando and everything. So it was just, I think the hollow in the berg that kicks the barrel down on the way to Taurus was replaced with this constant explosion, and you just couldn't get by it. You just had to go around.
That's so good. Let's see what we got here. Just the regular one still. Not the red one yet. Keep working at it. Interesting. Arctic Qatar said, I swear the second broom tower lever in the room with the big guy took longer than the others. I'd have to keep an eye out and double check on that. I think we went through and double checked that they're all actually the same, but I can't say that for certain. Urine and Broom Tower makes life easy. Urine is so good. The oral decoy equivalent in Dark Souls 2. That is so handy in Dark Souls 2.
I think I used that pretty extensively in, I think, Iron Passage or something. You can, like, distract half the enemies.
Yeah.
I think that was one place where I did run by things, because I'm just like, no, you look over there, and you look over there, and then I'm on my way to this Smelter Demon.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, like, such a good spell in Dark Souls 2. It is extremely good. Dark Souls 3, I kind of found that Hidden Body is just the way to go. If you're trying to, like, avoid enemies. I don't remember why. Maybe it doesn't. The oral decoy equivalent doesn't work as well in Dark Souls 3 or not as many enemies. But for whatever reason, I remember in Dark Souls 2 just being like, okay, Urine's the way to go. In Dark Souls 3, I was like, okay, Hidden Body's the way to go. Hidden Body is so. I could have sworn. I think I've repeated myself from a previous stream, but like, I was really under the assumption that they would have like watered it down significantly from Dark Souls 1 for Dark Souls 3. They absolutely did not. It is so effective in Dark Souls 3 still. Just shooting an enemy with a spell while Hidden Body is cast, it aggroes, it runs a few steps towards me, realizes it can't see me, and instantly de-aggroes and just starts walking away again.
It's interesting, because I messed around with, obviously Hidden Body in DS1 is quite powerful, and I wore the Ring of Fog all the time, which is less powerful, but still. But I didn't do it in DS3, but obviously I think that's because I would have had to bring a mana flask. So.
Oh yeah. So you're dissuaded. Yeah.
So I just never did it. So.
Hidden Body is so good. So Evan the dude in chat asks, "Is there really 92 variants?" Sort of. So
there's technically more.
If you were to check the Wikidot list, I think you would find 81 due to a mistake. There should be 80 vagrants, right? So there's kind of like 80 vagrant locations if we were counting them the old way. But then you factor in the fact that 6 evil vagrants are Black Phantom evil vagrants, I should say, are positioned slightly different from their regular versions, which is exactly what we're working on now, right? Like we already got an evil vagrant by this sorcerer, but there's another one that's positioned slightly differently next to it. So when you account for all of the unique evil vagrant variants, that bumps that count up to 86 from 80. But then I also figured, you know what? There's 6 areas that have a title card that don't have vagrants associated with them. And so any area that has a title card that doesn't have vagrants, like the Abyss, Sanctuary Garden, stuff like that, there's also 6 areas like that as well. So in those areas, I was like, let's at least transmit drift item bags to each other, because even though they can't spawn vagrants, at least the item bags can get passed around. So that's how the count inflates from 80 to 92.
Although the Abyss, the vagrant spawns up in New Londo.
Yeah. Oh, it's totally like there's a place like Firelink Shrine where the vagrants can never spawn, but then there's other locations that have title cards where vagrants do spawn from them, but just not in the area title card. Like they'll move to somewhere else nearby because like the Abyss isn't really its own level. That's not. But I mentioned that earlier in the stream. For the sake of thoroughness, people will be like, "Well, why didn't you go for vagrants in the Abyss?" And my first inclination would be like, "Oh, but the Abyss isn't a level," and I was like, "Well, all right, let's be extra thorough, and it'll be just fun to just at least see a drift item bag in those locations as well." So,
Rory the guy, all the bosses are dead, other than Quinn, I guess, because you backed up your save.
Yes, correct.
Did that. So yeah, this is essentially a completed character just going on a grand tour.
Yep, exactly. Yep, it's the same character from the mapless run. I just loaded the save. I made a save backup before Gwyn, so I could be at the end of the game. Although I had
hard to
this
be back on.
terrifying revelation last run where when I left the Painted World, I remembered that Anne Orlando is dark. And every time you respawn in Dark Anne Orlando, you get warped back to the first bonfire. Which is also inactive, because I killed the Firekeeper. Grinding Vagrants there is going to be a colossal pain in the ass. So what I'm thinking of doing is, I've been going through all the maps in order, but I think I'm going to delay Anne Orlando and save it for last and go into New Game Plus for it. Playing through New Game Plus to get back to Anne Orlando is going to be more fun than doing all of the runbacks in Dark Anne Orlando. Like,
yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, like that's going to be, and to me that still counts because it's not like, oh no, but you didn't see all of the Vagrants in a single run. But like, no, I'm going by like achievement mindset where it's like you got to go to New Game Plus 2 to get, if you're not getting items dropped online, you know, to get like all of enough souls of Sith and stuff like that. So it's more about seeing all of the Vagrants with like a single character that matters more to me. So yeah, going into New Game Plus does not invalidate the way I'm approaching this in my mind at all. Yeah, it'll be fun. Like, it'll be fun getting to a point in the run where, like, the last leg of it is like, okay, I've gotten Vagrants throughout the whole game aside from Anne Orlando, and now we just get to go brain off and, like, play through the game in New Game Plus up through Anne Orlando again. Like, that'll actually be enjoyable in a way that grinding... God, like, dropping an item or dying somewhere in the interior hall of Anne Orlando, spawning all the way back to the beginning of Dark Anne Orlando, and then having to run to the first Duke's Archive or Sense Fortress Bonfire to teleport back to the Chamber of Princess Bonfire, right? Like, and then just no. The thought of that is, yeah, I'm definitely doing that. I'm definitely going to New Game Plus. Thinking about it again right now, yeah, that is miserable. I'm not doing that. Thankfully,
I've seen people on Reddit ask multiple times, like, is that a bug that you get warped back? And it's like, no. There's an event set up to do that. It has a very non-committal name, I think. Just like warp back to start when dark or something very simple like that. But it's like, I think it's very clear. It's set up as a punishment. Like you messed with the state of things, and now your bonfire is being redirected.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I never actually like interrogated more closely. But that I just, without even thinking about it, that was my assumption. I'm like, oh, they put this in the game completely intentionally. Yeah. I think they would have fixed it at some point.
Like, could this be a bug?
Yeah.
Because like the game does not just change your bonfire randomly. Like, it can't do that. So
now an interesting one that from the other coming from the completely opposite direction is a lot of people think making the Dragon Butt stand up in Painted World is like an intended way of getting to the end of the level. That is totally a glitch. That is 100% a glitch. There's a gray area with glitches though, like, you know, are they okay with it once it's discovered? And it feels like it's in that territory. Like, because that was discovered very early on, and it feels like they would have fixed it if they cared enough, but they were probably just like, oh, you know what, that's kind of funny as another way to get through the level. But I
think it's also a consequence of the way that they do their animations, that you can knock something out of its standby animation. Because I think, although I tried to do this at some point and it ended up not working, so maybe I'm wrong, but I think when Siegmeyer is dead in Ash Lake, I think if you do a similar attack on him, he will stand up. But
yeah, there's other places to force it. I'm forgetting the details. Zuli the Witch did the deep dive on that, and she was very like did like the correct thing to not like come to any hard conclusions.
Like, be very diplomatic.
Yeah, very diplomatic on like intentionality, being like, well, we technically don't have proof. But if you look, it's just everything in that video is just like, okay, it is a glitch though, right? Like, she was very diplomatic in her conclusion, but everything she guides you through on like how it's even possible. It's like, oh, it's just it's not a specific event for this enemy at all. it is just like the unintended outcome of doing a jumping attack that like forces an enemy into its like T-pose or whatever the hell happens. Like it is just a complete mess up, like or it's idly animation or whatever happens exactly. Yeah.
I was what was I doing? I don't remember, but I was basically bothering people because they were like trying to debate what a glitch is, what's developer intended, and so I was taking the position that jumping over the railing in the spiral staircase in Anor Londo is not developer intended, even though of course it clearly is, right? Like they left the hole in the collision or whatever. But my evidence was, well, but when you're standing there, the draw groups are set up incorrectly so that you can't see into the main Anor Londo hall. So clearly that means that they weren't intending people to go over there in that way. Otherwise they would have set the draw groups correctly. So there's funny. All sorts, right? Like I'm obviously being very facetious here. Clearly they intend for you to be able to make that jump. But it's like, it's really hard to tease apart what makes something developer intended unless they just straight up put it in there, especially for some of this like weird stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that fits into a gray area.
It's not like the animation on the Dragon Butt has a comment that says like, oh, this is how this is going to work. It's just a property of attacking stuff when they're animated in this way.
Yeah. No, Random Sum, you don't warp to the wrong bonfire when you kill the Firekeeper. You warp to the wrong bonfire when you make Anor Londo dark. That is that's what resets the which bonfire you warp to.
It's just then problematic when you kill the Firekeeper.
Yeah.
And the bonfire goes out. But if you left the Firekeeper, like, because she confronts you on the spiral stairs, if you just ran by her and went back up to the bonfire, it just keeps working fine. She's not dead.
Yeah, so, which I did kill her. So,
yeah.
And I'm not gonna I'm gonna live with the consequences. Like, the mapless run was glitchless. I did abuse quit out cheese, but I didn't do any glitches in the mapless run. Now I've allowed dupe glitches to spawn vagrants, but I'm not touching any. I don't want. I'm still.
Yeah, like I think you could just set an event flag to turn it back to daytime, but like that, you know.
I'm still like very much in the mindset, even though I've like expanded to allowing dupe glitches. I'm still very much of the mindset of this run of no outside tools. Like that's like my whole like. And I realize people in chat might be spawning items through gadget or whatever, and it's like. Yeah, if people are doing that, it's like whatever. Like can't stop that from happening.
Do that.
No problem. But like for my own personal end of things, I'm just like, no, for this run, I'm gonna keep things like no outside tools is my own personal rule for how I'm interacting with the game for this run.
Carl is right that it's you specifically have to die in Anor Londo. That's what redirects your bonfire. Like the script is looking for you to die. And then it changes your bonfire location. It doesn't, it doesn't just do it as soon as you spawn in. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't sure about Homeward actually. I couldn't remember if Homeward would still if I rested at the like Solaire bonfire and then used a Homeward. I guess
that still works.
That would still work. So spawning good vagrants wouldn't be the end of the world, but spawning evil vagrants would be a pain in the ass because you have to die for that. So yeah, that's still what's going to push me to New Game Plus regardless. But yeah, it's funny how many people like just aren't aware of the proper way to leave the painted world. The Dragon Butt glitch is so widely common knowledge that if you like, I swear if you look up like Reddit threads or like forum discussions about like how do I escape the pain, or like I can't find my way out of here or whatever, Dragon Butt glitch I swear is recommended more often than people explaining the lever by the bone wheels. Like it's legit. Like the actual way out of the level I think is more obscure, which is crazy to think about.
To people being like, well, this person is frustrated, I'm just going to give them the easy answer rather than say, hey, go down into the bone wheel pit. And then that propagates to where people
just only hear about the it's very funny. Yeah, it's and it's not like a huge disparity, but I swear like the Dragon Butt stand-up glitch gets recommended like 55% of the time, and the pulling the lever only gets recommended like 45%. Obviously completely making those numbers up, but it does feel weighted that way to me, and I'm like, that is wild.
Rory is asking, what's the explanation for the Dragon Butt glitch?
Yeah, you just you do a R2 jumping attack, this, and you hit it, and the legs of the zombie dragon stand up. It suddenly stands up. It doesn't attack you. It doesn't aggro. It can't be killed. But it just basically does its equivalent of like a T-pose or an idle animation. And then once it's standing up, you can just walk underneath it through to the end of the level, because you're on the top side of the bridge, which is also a path to Priscilla, because you could just drop by like the Baroniki Knight or whatever.
And they could have prevented it if they wanted to. Even if they didn't fix the animation, they could have put a big invisible wall around the whole end, because of course you're not supposed to be there anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason that it works is that the dragon butt is an enemy. You see them a couple times in Lost Oolacile.
A couple.
Once or twice. And that one on the bridge is just playing the part of the end of the dragon, but they still use the enemy for it, and it's just forced into it what is essentially its permanent idle pose. But if you do this attack on it, it essentially knocks it out of the idle pose, and so it goes back to its normal idle pose where it's just standing there. So you can just run through its legs.
Yep. And I know people hate the bone wheels, which is like totally understandable, but I'm a big defender of like, none of them chain aggro, and they don't approach sounds. The ones in Painted World specifically, the ones in the catacombs from my most recent video, made clear that they do approach sounds in the worst way possible. Yeah, Painted World basement, you just tiptoe, even without stealth. You don't go down the well side, because then you're in narrow hallways with them, and that sucks. But you just go through the other entrance. And you just kind of like walk to the right as soon as you get in the water, and just walk slowly, wait for one to aggro, slowly walk away. They're really not hard to chain pull one at a time. Even Gravelorded. You can get Gravelord Black Phantom bone wheels down there. And using the same strats of just like, I'm just going to carefully tiptoe and pull one at a time. It's like, it's not that hard to do that. Once you make
follow-up question is, how do you get out after the dragon butt stands up? Do you drop into Priscilla's arena? So there's a big gap right after that dragon butt. There's a gap in that upper walkway that if you are on the lower walkway, there's a Baroniki Knight that will drop down in front of you. We had an investigation into this.
Oh yeah, we were looking at them earlier. Yeah.
And so there's a big hole there. And so once you go to the end, you fall off the end, and you're now on that lower walkway where you would be normally, and then you're more or less right at where that Baroniki Knight is, and so you just continue on into Priscilla's arena. So It's almost, this is why people think it's intentional, I think, because it really feels like, well, if I could just get this dragon butt out of the way, I'd just be right into the boss fight. So it must be intentional.
Yes.
Even though it skips most of the level and a cutscene. So.
Yep. That's the one thing too. Yeah, because it really feels like, because the top side of like the parallel upper side of the bridge is broken and has a drop off at a very convenient point. Like you just said, it makes it feel potentially intentional. But then also, once you realize that like the broken pillars in that area do have collision that's like a lot higher than what you see visually. So like depending on where you drop off, you can float in midair, like in a really like obviously glitchy looking way. It's like that's negative points again on intentionality. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, like this isn't, they didn't playtest dropping off from here. There's other things too. The Heavy Knight, the Baroniki Knight, whatever you want to call him, isn't included in the draw groups from the upper side of the bridge. And so that feels like a big oversight, because you get very close to him. But then like you drop down, and then like you'd be like right next to where he drops down, and then he suddenly like teleports into view. Like that's feels very clumsy as well. We've gotten a good number of Vagrants here, but not the Black Phantom one yet. Still just Hugo.
Yeah, this one seems particularly
Wait,
stubborn.
hold up though. Oh, no. It's just an illusion. I was like, he seemed like he was much further to the right, though. But no, it's just an angle. Now that I walked back over here. Okay, yeah.
And he's not that much further to the right anyway.
Yeah, right.
It's, what did I say? 10 inches or something like that.
Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Desert Fox. Said, hey, I was wondering if the drakes near the red tearstone bridge, there's a small chance the drakes will hit you on the ladder. This is plaguing no hit runs. No rings or spells work to avoid detection. Ah, yes, Desert Fox, yes. I know the answer for that. Spoiler for my next video. Those drakes can smell you. That is why stealth doesn't work on them. There's no way to stealth through smell. They can all smell you from 5 meters away, I believe is the nose distance, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. Yes, that smell coming in. Spoiler for the next video.
I'm always surprised because I know the main reason the smell exists.
Correct.
Which will be in the video, so I will not spoil it. But
yeah.
The fact that then these random things show up, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, because that is not the... Yeah. I was about to say, I'm like, yeah, you know the main reason why smell exists. That is not the main reason why smell exists. So that it is very funny for that to show up there.
Like I said, that's why I'm looking forward to this video, because like I could go through the list and look at it. Like it's not hard for me to do and go oh, okay, I guess this enemy has this. But I like the bestiary style episodes, so I'm very curious to learn. Like, oh, okay, I guess the drakes have it at 5 meters for some reason.
Yep. Yeah, I'll be going through every enemy who can smell. Yeah, very very silly stuff.
Does Elden Ring have smell, and does soap get rid of it? I am pretty confident Elden Ring does have smell because all the games do. Well, maybe Dark Souls 2 doesn't, I don't remember. And I am almost positive that soap does not get rid of it because that would defeat the point.
Yes, yeah, correct. Yeah. Soap would be unrelated to smell in Elden Ring, ironically.
I wonder what the consequence of having the not the clothespin, that's on the enemy, taking a bath in one of these games would be, because it's pretty important that enemies can smell you.
It's pretty important. Yeah, there's a reason there. There aren't anti-smell tools for the player character.
In fact, that's the reason for smell. Basically, it's this thing that you can't get around.
Yeah, the developers wanted a sense to be stealth proof. Okay. Yeah, and Elden Ring has perfume too. Exactly. Yeah. So that was a great question about the drakes, and I'm glad I had like a very silly answer for that question too. I'm like, oh, yes, actually, I know this.
I'm glad, because I was worried, not worried, but like I was thinking like, I don't know the answer to this. I mean, maybe it's an AI thing or something like that. But no, the fact that it's like, hey, it's the topic of my next video.
Yep.
Like, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's so that's why you can't sneak up on drakes from behind them, because smell is omnidirectional. It doesn't have like any angle parameters, like sight and sound do. Not that it matters for sound, for reasons I explained in the sound video. But there's no angle parameter for smelling. So if they can smell 5 meters away, that is directly behind them. That would be directly above any angle. So no way to hide from a drake. Good smell or evil smell? Yeah, the vagrants can't smell. So... All right, I hope this won't be like the good vagrant of the Darkroot Basin of this stream.
This area is sort of similarly like a big a path down a cliffside. So
yeah, but no, I mean, this is an evil vagrant. There's no way this is going to be as hard.
I had a thought. Well, no, but that's not a good thought, because you're getting plenty. Like, because here's the thing. Well, okay. You're spawning at a different bonfire, like in a different vagrant region, but it's all the same map, so it's not really the same as the Darkroot case, because you were spawning in a different map, and maybe that was the issue. And then you've gotten plenty of vagrants, so you just haven't seen the right fandom. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it's 5 meters for the drakes. But now that I say that, like, I'm pretty confident on that number off the top of my head. But at the same time, I'm like, But that's like 15 feet though. And I remember in my head like trying to sneak up on one, and I felt like I could get a little closer than that, but maybe not. Distances are pretty hard to judge, so I'll make sure to like double check that. Either way, I did make a spreadsheet for how far everything can smell, so super chat. Thanks. Always play for fun for the super chat. And Dark Souls 2, Shalquar says you smell good because she's a cat and she is going to eat you when you die. Hell yeah, I agree with that explanation entirely. Yeah, she is. It's not a compliment when she says you smell good. You smell like a hollow. It's a problem when she compliments your smell. She's saying you smell like meat, 100%.
Yeah, Wyvern is 5 meters.
Yep, yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I wonder if them originally being able to fly was a potential reason for that. But then again, they can all smell, and like, you know, it's normal for them to give like different parameters to like different versions of enemies that have different behaviors. So like obviously the flying drakes would have had a different like think parameter set. So that's not the greatest like hypothesis. I feel like, oh no, if you wanted the flying ones,
they all have it set to 5. So.
Yeah, because they all have it set to 5. So I'm like, if you wanted flying ones to smell, you would have just had the flying ones smell, probably. So yeah, not sure why they did that for the drakes. They just felt like it. I don't know. Yeah, I usually have a good hypothesis, I think, for like why a certain thing can smell. But that's one of the more gray area ones where it's like maybe the flying ones influenced this choice, but that doesn't make the most sense, so maybe not.
I was thinking of the why question for the vagrant items at some point, and I realized like all of the vagrant, or the ones that you use to spawn good vagrants, I mean, I was like, all of the items here are kind of hard to acquire. I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Except transient curses, but I think, am I right? In 1.0, you couldn't buy transient curses this easily.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think they added some to the shop, maybe, or maybe no. That was the
or maybe that
purging stones. Purging stones, but yeah, I can't remember if Ingward originally sold an infinite supply in 1.0 or not. I'd have to double check that.
Because I wouldn't be surprised by that, because then it's like, oh, all of these are weird, rare consumables.
Yes.
Or, you know, dependent's not a consumable, but you know what I like, a good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I've suspected that before as well. Exact same train of thought, where it was like, transient curses were probably harder to get earlier on as well. So, yeah, everything that spawns a good vagrant, it was something that was like you had to try harder to grind. But purging stones weren't infinitely purchasable originally, were they? Either? So the female undead merchant didn't sell them at all in 1.0. Does Oswald have a limited supply for sale? I don't remember how that works.
I feel like I should know this because I'm the item guy, but I think you're right. I think everybody else only has a finite supply.
Yeah, I think that was the issue. But yeah, purging stones are infinitely purchasable now. They cost a lot more than Twinkling Titanite. So if you're not using dupe glitches to like stockpile these items, that's why Transient Curse is like an easier recommendation, because it's like, they're much more affordable to grind for. They're only like what, like a sixth of the cost or something like that. How much do Transient Curses cost? Are they 1,000 a pop?
Sounds right to me.
Something like that. And I think the purging stones are 6,000. I think the infinite supply ones are 6,000. I think they might be like 3,000 from Oswald or something, but then it's a limited supply. Maybe that's sounding right to me right now, but I could be misremembering or getting Transient Curses mixed up with purging stones a little bit. It's a bit of a blur.
Let's see. Purging stones. Female merchant sells them for 6,000. Oswald sells them for 3,000, but he has a max of 5.
Hey, I was completely right. All right, I'll take it.
And Transient Curse. Let's see here. Female undead merchant sells them for 4,000, max 4. Sold by Inkward for 1,000.
Also, one of the earliest game patches was giving the female undead merchant a supply of purging stones you can buy before any of the other like balancing patches. It's like an outlier. If you go to like wiki.dot and look up like the game patches section and look at the earliest patches, like adding that to her shop lineup.
Bram says Ingwer got them added to his inventory in 1.05. So there you go. Before that, it would have been finite.
Yeah.
I mean, other than grinding for them, of course.
Yeah.
And yes, Curse did used to stack. You could get Curse 4 times.
Yes. Yeah. So it's and I don't think we
That's
actually
still in the params. It's just it is dummied out. So it just says, well, once you get cursed, don't bother applying Curse level 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say that I don't think we actually have detailed patch notes on when curse stacking was patched out. But I think it was one of the earliest patches because the fact that they added purging stones so quickly to the female undead merchant, again, before they were like really at the point where they're really only doing bug fixes and not like really fixing other shop lineups and like balancing stuff. I think that says to me that they figured out right away that like curse was way too harsh, and they were like, oh god, we need to get rid of the stacking, we need to get rid of but we don't actually know like which of the earliest patches curse stacking was removed in. It was definitely gone by 1.05, but like which patch before that, like anyone's guess.
There's not really a way to play unpatched Dark Souls on PC, no.
No.
You could take the params from 1.0 on console. You'd have to like translate them over because for the people that know what this means, they have different Endiannesses, so you're going to have to do some work.
Big Endian on PS3, probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could, but all of the stuff that's like internal to just like the EXE, right? Like, think of my go-to example, because it's always on my mind because it's what From uses for everything, or used to, is like Excel, right? If Microsoft changes the way Excel works, it doesn't matter that you can go find an old Excel file and load it up. Like if they remove the ability to like add a formula to a cell, that's gone. It doesn't matter that you're loading an old file. So the same is true for the Dark Souls EXE. If they removed some bug or moved something around in that code, that's just gone.
Yes.
Even if you could load new data.
Yeah, I remember talking about that in a previous stream, and I'm glad you backed me up on that, because I just said that very confidently without like fully knowing. I mean, I guess I kind of knew, but I don't have the level of knowledge you do about these kind of things. But I went through the exact same thought process. I was like, oh, you could really easily copy over the params, although maybe I'm underestimating that a little bit. I'm realizing now. But you could just copy over all the params of 1.0 on console. You can mod those back in, but specific bugs, those aren't caused by params. Those are
like I'll give an example. Is in the EXE, I happen to know because I looked this up at some point. There's a list that says what bonfires are warpable. So if you didn't have that, the bonfire list wouldn't be correct.
Yeah.
Because on 1.0 you couldn't warp to some of the bonfires that you can warp to now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Or maybe it's not the bonfire warpable list, because I think that's in the ESD. It is how the bonfires are associated with like respawn points and stuff. Whatever the weird glitches are with soft humanity too, just like getting at quote unquote random times in 1.0, like there's no way to recreate that in like how would you we don't even know. We still don't know exactly what is going wrong there. We know a lot about how glitches in other ways, but all that stuff is not cross-platform. See, you don't have to be able to matchmake to the person as if you were going to PvP them, but if you were suddenly like the same level, you would, you do need to be able to share data with them. So no, PC and PS3 and 4 and stuff are not connected.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna have to pull more out of the bottomless box. Yeah, this Vagrant's putting up a fight. This is our. It's funny that we had 2 streams in a row where like crazy luck at the top of it, just really not even trying to get some of the Vagrants and just instantly getting them. But the last one here,
I mean, some of that could
fight.
be people stopping, cause, helping because they.
Yeah, it's getting late for them, especially if they're in Europe.
Yeah. So it could be something like that. It could be who knows what. But I don't know. I'm inclined to just think you just get unlucky now and then.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes, and it's going to happen towards the end of the stream sometimes because that's the way it works.
Yeah, I'm still curious to see like what is going to be the worst luck I have in the entire run. So the base and good Vagrant was the one that took the most effort so far, and I'm just like, well, can we keep that one as the worst, or is it going to get worse somewhere else? We don't know yet,
Is there anything in the files for incomplete weapon upgrade trees? I was actually just thinking about this because something reminded me of it. Let me see if I can verify this. King Boar has some stuff about things having like the wrong upgrade paths, where they like scale incorrectly or something like that I don't really know. But there is... maybe I should just not verify it, but I believe something is set for... Well, actually, I will shut up and verify it first before I get people's hopes up. But it's not anything particularly compelling.
No. Yeah, there is... I know that, like, there is some... What's that one weapon upgrade that's glitched in Dark Souls where it's like... there's one particular weapon that does a little less damage at a very particular upgrade. You upgrade it once and its damage is slightly worse.
It's like a club or something like that.
Yeah. It's something weird. And like only one specific upgrade path as well, I think. Very silly. Ooh, okay. So Graham and chat got the red one. So, all right, things are happening. I got the red one now, too. It's finally here. All right, we got it at the same time.
Complaining works.
Complaining works. The guy asks, are Vagrants mentioned in any item descriptions? No, they're not talked about anywhere in-game. They were mentioned in the game manual. So, officially they are talked about in, like, publications, but, and resources that are official to the game. But, yeah, literally not talked about anywhere. Is Philinore's egg in Dark Souls 3 a reference to a Vagrant? I think so. I believe so. I think that cracked egg she's holding onto is, like... We're not supposed to think, oh, no relation to the good Vagrants. I think it's connected in some way. But there we go. We finally got... And yeah, chat, see, so again, the whole reason we were grinding this into existence is because my justification is sometimes the Black Phantom version is placed slightly differently. Can you tell a difference from this, what I'm looking at right now? Hell no. This literally does not look any different than the regular one we were seeing, because it's moved so slightly. Like, it's just not... We can't tell. That's the most minor difference that exists in placement differences, but some of the ones that we're going to be doing later on are only on the list because they're rotated differently. So they're literally standing in the exact same spot, but like its back will be completely turned compared to the other evil Vagrant type. So in a way that's more obvious, because they're at least facing a different direction. But yeah, this one is facing the same direction, but just like moved slightly. Looks like the witch is familiar. Hell yeah. So let's get them checked off the list. That is... Evil, Sorcerer, Black Phantom. And that brings the total count to 34 out of 92. Hopefully I've been updating that count correctly. I'm going to have to, when I go through add the chapters to this VOD later. I don't think I've forgotten to do that at any point. Hopefully not. Yeah, no, I think that's right. All right. very successful stream. I think I'm gonna call it here instead of getting started on the catacombs tonight. But yeah, next stream is going to be on the catacombs. Pay close attention because my weekend plans are up in the air currently. Normally I've been defaulting to a Thursday and Sunday stream schedule, but I don't actually know what's happening yet. So keep an eye out on like social media. If you're on Blue Sky, I'll post, on Saturday, I'll announce like when the next actual stream is happening. If it's not on Sunday, I'll like double up during next week, right? Maybe I'll do like a Tuesday stream and a Thursday stream. I'll do something like that if I don't stream on Sunday. But I might still. So this isn't promising that it's not happening on Sunday. And it's funny that I'm saying that because like, yeah, Easter, but my flexible weekend plans don't even have anything to do with Easter. What was I going to say? There was a question in chat not that long ago that I was like wanted to answer, but Adam said I went to check my manual for the Vagrant mention and realized that it's in French and I don't understand anything. I wonder what they're called in French. Let's see. Its store straight sword was originally supposed to be upgraded to plus 15. It wasn't converted properly, resulting in less damage than intended. Yeah, do you remember learning about that?
Oscar has a plus 8. So he's cheating.
Oscar's cheating. He has a plus 8. Like all sorts of weird crap. And that was not the only one, right? I learned from, I'm forgetting the YouTuber's name. If I learn it, I'll post it in the comments later on. Someone had like a weird facts about Dark Souls video. And there's another NPC, right? Doesn't like it's like one of Ria's company has like an impossible weapon upgrade level as well.
Like a crescent axe plus 10 or something.
Yeah,
I don't remember who exactly it is.
It's like Vince or Nico, which again, I cannot tell you the difference between those NPCs, which is the one that mumbles and which one is the one that speaks. I don't know if that's Vince. I don't know if that's Nico. They're a duo in my head. I can't separate them. Yeah, I thought I saw. Maybe that's what I was thinking of in the chat.
One thing that you can't upgrade the Dark Hand, but I think I just came across this. This might be right. It should be upgraded with. I think they set it to Demon Titanite for some reason. I don't think. Obviously, you can't. So don't read too much into that. But it, I think does have an upgrade path. It's just not set up to work correctly. And clearly shouldn't be set up to work with Demon Titanite, but yeah. Oh yeah,
I did want to. This is going like further back in chat. I knew there was something that I wanted to respond to and completely forgot. Daddy Pinwheel said, I was playing 1.0 recently. An exploding head in the catacombs near the Titanite demon would explode like it was on a timer. I was nowhere near it. So my first guess for that is, see, near the Titanite demon's a little suspect because, well, yeah, it was just getting stuck on a pot or something. There's some breakable objects in that area. I think you're thinking of the area that's like outside the Titanite demon probably. Because that's where the those floating the wisps are. And what enemies do is whenever they're navigating through the environment, if they get stuck on an object, they attack it to get it out of the way. So the wisp's only attack is the only attack it has, which is detonating and going away. So yeah, those wisps get stuck on an object and they've removed themselves as a threat, which is pretty great. Their routing was always a little sloppy in the catacombs. It's a bit strange. I think it's vagabonds for vagrants in the French manual. Google Translate mentions items in humanities. Vagabonds is super cool, and that makes total sense. It goes to show how difficult it is to translate terms, because it's like vagabond makes sense as a translation of vagrant completely, but at the same time, vagrant sounds like a little more negative, I mean, I guess vagabond was used negatively in the past too, but like
I also think vagabond has a negative connotation.
Vagabond does have a negative connotation, but I feel like of the two in like modern context, vagrant is the one that sounds a little more negative. Yeah, vagabond definitely has a negative historical context, but I feel like a more modern usage might lean towards like the sort of wanderlust of someone who likes to explore. Like a more positive spin on it, yeah. Rather than someone who's like, I don't know. But Elton John made Vagabond something more positive. You know what? I think you're right, Carl.
I was also thinking thinking, I was like, isn't that in a song somewhere?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, that makes sense. It's funny to think about like translating curse words too, right? Because like sometimes curse words are like a vibe, right? Like it's not, you can't translate curse words literally if you're trying to do good localization, because like sometimes just words are harsher in different, like shit might turn into poop in another language. They might not have a word for shit that's like as different from poop than feces is, or whatever. Like it's not, they don't always work right away. I think joder in Spanish works perfectly as fuck does in English, though. That's kind of a funny one. I could be mistaken about that, but I'm pretty certain that's like, it's used all of the same ways as it is in English to mean sex literally, or just like in a sudden expression like fuck. Like, but yeah, every now and again you get a term like bastard in one language, whatever its equivalent is, might be much nastier in another language, so sometimes you have to, if you're seeing something, a curse word get translated across media and it's like, oh, but that's not what that literally means. It's like, yeah, they had to like speculate on what's an equivalent harshness of that word. And that's always open up to interpretation and context. Anyways, I'm kind of rambling here, but thanks Hot Pocket Remix so much for joining. And also thanks again. Me. Yeah, of course. And thanks again for helping get the poking around we did earlier off stream. Finding that cut content was very fun and very silly. Maybe I'll make like a short about that or something. I don't think that's not a context for its own video exactly. But that was a fun discovery that we made earlier, very inadvertently. And yeah, again, so just to repeat myself, streams are normally on Sundays, but keep an eye out on Saturday. I'll reconfirm when the next stream is actually happening, because if it doesn't happen Sunday, I'll probably do Tuesday or something, because I don't know if I'm going to go out of town or maybe something like that. So thanks again, everyone, for hanging out, and catch you next time. Have a good night.